Fill in the information and get an answer in minutes at WeFixMoney.com for up to WeFixMoney.com.
Hey, it's Alex Gold, and since I'm the single guy here at the station, yeah, I know.
Wow, how surprising.
They're having me read this promo about Instagram. You probably didn't even know we had an Instagram, right?
Hello, Instagram followers.
But now you do. So do me a favor and go follow us at TheFan965. Win tickets, get behind-the-scenes content from the station. Plus, watch videos like Chiefs Take Tuesday and Best Bets on Sundays.
100%.
You're listening to your home for Kansas City sports, 96.5 The Fan.
Did storms hit your area? Looking for answers on the impact it made to your roof? Then it's time to schedule a zero-pressure, in-depth inspection with Century Roofing's trusted roofing experts. We will determine if enough damage exists to warrant filing a claim. See for yourself why Century Roofing has been voted Best of Johnson County for the third year in a row. Trust the pillars of strength for 35 years. KC-based and female-owned. CenturyRoofingKC.com.
Century Roofing, trust the pillars of strength.
Paid for client portrayal and endorsement. Choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements. Past results afford no guarantee of future results, and every case is different and must be judged on its own merits.
I got hurt in a car wreck. Give me one good reason why I should call DM Law.
How about 3 great reasons you should call us? 1, it's easy. You can hire us today on your phone. 2, it's fast. We can start helping you today. 3, the results.
After my wreck, DM Law got me $300,000. Mike's got this.
Call me. I've got this.
816-888-7500. Mike's got this.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at Lowe's.com/lowest price guarantee.
Allstate knows your home means everything to you, and you'll do anything to protect it. But not just with any protection. You want insurance that'll be there for you and your family when you need it most. And that's what Allstate's been doing for over 60 years. So check Allstate first for home insurance you can rely on. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Coverage subject to terms, qualifications, and availability. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan. Tune in to Vern's On Deck show 1 hour before first pitch. Plus, your chance to win Royals tickets during the pitch clock, following the game, or on your way home from the K. Listen to Vern's postgame show with sounds from the locker room, plus your calls and texts. Miss the show? It's available on demand with the All Things Vern channel on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. Your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan. 96.5 The Fan. KFNC FM and AM, HD1 and HD2, Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station.
Let's start with the hits. Unfortunately, we didn't do that last night. I mean, come on. I'm kidding. Rough one. Tough one.
Yeah.
Brutal.
Did you stick around for all 9?
No, hell no.
Okay.
Once they went down 2-0, I was out. I mean, 2-0 is an insurmountable lead at this point in time. So at 2-0, I bounced and went and watched Taylor Swift videos from Tight End University for the rest of the evening.
Got to be one of the greatest places to hang out.
I mean, how cool is that, right?
I mean, the videos that have surfaced from this entire thing obviously would be awesome. I've never been to Nashville.
I haven't either.
Like,
That's the one place I haven't been really.
I think I've stayed overnight on the way to Myrtle Beach as a kid.
Doesn't count, right?
Yeah.
I went as a kid, too. It doesn't really count.
Yeah, I want to go as a grown man.
Yeah.
For many reasons. One, I think that's probably got to be the best destination for a single male or female.
Mm-hmm.
And then this tight end university thing, right? It's one of these things that's still kind of fresh. I know it's been around for quite some time.
5 years only. Yeah.
So, you know, I don't know. It's still kind of newish, but everybody kind of knows it because it goes at a right time when we're pining for anything other than talking about almost a no-hitter.
Right.
And last night's game. But we see the videos yesterday, like that circulated Travis Kelce talking to these like kids and other people about how to break out of routes. Like it looks like Mac talking to Ralph before a Chiefs game in the parking lot.
Absolutely.
Like, you want to plant, stay equal on your left so then you can explode out to the right. Really informative video. If you haven't seen it, it went, totally viral yesterday. And then
did they show my video from the Super Bowl where I imitated Travis Kelce at Tight End University? I mean, that would have been a good video to show.
But you can find that on the Fan 965's Instagram page. It's
That's right.
somewhere in the archives. But no, that was great. And that was a damn good tight end you were doing that to.
He's at Tight End University, right?
Oh, he's got to be there. Is it McBride from Arizona?
Yeah. Have you seen the picture of the people that are down there? It's like a fraternity composite, and it's like every tight. Like if you're not there and you're a tight end, like you're missing out on something. I would imagine, right?
Yeah, I think Peyton Hendershot missed the invite.
Did he?
But that's okay. But it seems like it's one of these things that's now becoming like kind of like the cool bros. Like I don't know, like it's obviously like you said, it's like a fraternity. It's like Kittle and Greg Olson's out there. Obviously Travis Kelce, Turd Ferguson, funny name. He's out there.
He's out there too.
So then that brings in all this celebrity superpower because Kittle's wife obviously famous for doing her things with the with the fabrics and all that stuff with the jackets. Then you have Taylor Swift, who out of nowhere yesterday in this Nashville bar pop up, shake it off, everybody lose their mind. All the football players, celebrities looking like they're all like the people that bought the tickets to go to Arrowhead and see her.
Yeah.
Kind of just a cool event. I don't know if there's a place right now because of Nashville, because of tight ends who seem to have like the best personalities in football. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but it just seemed like it would be a really cool place to hang out.
It really did. And look, Taylor Swift shows up on stage and plays with that band. I mean, that's got to be the great. I'm getting goosebumps talking about that. Like, how cool is that? If you're just some random band in Nashville, you have no idea she's going to come on stage. She may be in the crowd. There was obviously everybody was saying she was going to be down there, but then she pops up and plays with that band. Like, it continues to show how great a human being she really is. And I think sometimes that gets lost with all of her music and all this kind of stuff. She's just a great human being, hanging out at the Children's Mercy with the kids a couple of months ago, and then showing up down in Nashville and making that band's life by singing with them and doing that whole thing. And as you mentioned earlier, like grown men going nuts with Taylor Swift on stage and losing their minds because she is the greatest entertainer that this country probably has ever seen. I mean, she's the biggest star in the world right now, and for her to pop up like that and sing, it's just really cool. I just love everything about her because it's just so I want to use the term organic. It's not fake. A lot of these people in celebrity status people, there's a lot of fakeness that goes on out there. And Taylor just isn't like that. She is so genuine. I hope Tony Dungy was pissed off about that last night too and said, we don't have room for singing at Tight End University, right? Did we hear from that loser? I mean, come on now. So I thought she was great, man. I thought she was great to be there. The guys loved it. And you're right, man. Like, that is really a cool place to be right now. All the tight ends in the NFL and college and whatnot.
Yeah.
Nashville, Tennessee, Taylor Swift, the whole 9 yards. Like, that looks like it's a blast. It really does, man. It looks like it's a ball of fun. I think the only group of players that may be more fun than that are still the offensive linemen, and tight ends are basically glorified offensive linemen, right? Because those offensive linemen know how to party. They slam beers. They know how to eat. They have a good time in life too. So I love it, man. I love everything about Taylor Swift. I love everything she's brought to our community and our city, and I love that she's down there doing that at Tight End University. And I love seeing Greg Olson lose his mind over it too. That's the cool part.
Yeah, because they showed a video yesterday. They were like in some I don't know if it's like a downstairs bar in Nashville. I've never been there, but I know it's just Bar Central on their main street, like different floors, different performers on every floor. And they were playing one of her songs, and like Greg Olsen and this other dude were like getting absolutely just tanked and hanging out, and you could just see Taylor Swift's like, okay, guys, like pull it together here, like everything's gonna be all right, like it's okay. And they're just, these established celebrities as well that are been in football, and it's like they're within range of me to this computer of Taylor Swift, and they just lose their mind. So it's like it shows you like the level of stardom that one person can have, where it's like, well, you're Greg Olsen, right? And you played in the Super Bowl. Yeah. Had like 4,000 yards in a row, like great tight end, Miami Hurricanes. Like, yeah. But you're Taylor Swift.
Right. It's like it's not even the same vernacular,
That's Travis Kelce. Yeah. Chiefs tight end. Yeah. 3-time Super Bowl champion. Yep. Super good looking dude. Yep.
Yeah.
But you're Taylor Swift.
Taylor
That's
Swift.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, Cavender twins are there. Who?
Yeah.
Taylor Swift.
Taylor Swift is there. Like, she's unbelievable. I've never seen anything like, again, so genuine and just so nice about everything, too. Like, I'm sure she does have security and all that kind of stuff, obviously, right? But, like, you don't see her walking in like some of these SEC football coaches, right?
I mean,
like,
she has her walk. She gets brought in by the security
she
guard.
does, but she's Taylor Swift.
Yeah, but I mean, they show her walking down the ramp at Arrowhead for sure.
But you don't see her around with like state troopers like you do SEC football coaches. Like the Vanderbilt coach does not need 4 state troopers around him as he's leaving the field, okay? Like Taylor Swift doesn't even have that kind of entourage when she's out there doing her thing. You got 4 state troopers around every SEC coach. Come on now. But no, she's just wonderful. And Nashville, I mean, one of the few places as an adult, like I said, I haven't been that I would love to go. And Tight End University looks really, really cool. And look, everybody's having a good time at this time of the year. This is what it is for the NFL. It's kind of their party time, one last kind of run before you get to training camp in St. Joe and sweat it all out. My big question, though, for you guys is, how many beers do you think it takes a guy like Greg Olsen to get to that level?
Just beers?
Or whatever, whatever. Like where you see athletes who are, obviously in great shape, their bodies metabolize food like that because they stay in such great shape. Like, how many beers do you think, or drinks or cocktails or whatever you want to use, does it take to get an athlete to that level that we see those guys at last night? Because I know for me, it's like 3 shots of tequila and I'm ready to go, right? And I look at those guys, I'm like, you're slamming Bud Lights because it's sponsored by Bud Light. Like, how many of those do you think those guys are deep at that point of the evening,
I don't think it's that point you need to worry about. It's how many they had before they've gotten to their
That's
destination.
what I'm saying, yeah.
I mean, and we remember the picture of Christian McCaffrey's wedding where they're all together and Greg Olsen's shirt is like half undone, full of sweat, his hair's wild. It's like, clearly Greg's the guy at the wedding you want to be around. I don't need to remind you. You can go back and look at the video from the 7th Floor Crew and listen to his bars in that rap line to let you know what kind of partier Greg Olsen is. But yeah, I mean, beer's deep for him, man. I bet a 6-pack gets him feeling like out of the realm of like worried or nervous. I think that kind of settles down the whole like, all right, be careful, guys. Like, we're athletes. People are coming after, whatever. I think after a 6, he's probably loose. And then I feel like he's probably a switch to like a gin and tonic, vodka tonic kind of guy.
Because I look at a guy like Greg Olsen. We'll just use him as an example because he was one partying last night. He seems to be a guy for me that's going to be like a Wade Boggs type of guy, or he has like 4 beers and he's done for the evening, right? Because he's not used to drinking. So which one is it? Is he Wade Boggs or is he,
I think Kelsey's
4
your
beers?
Wade Boggs.
You think Kelsey's the Wade Boggs of the group? Really? Okay.
The only time we've seen him absolutely masterly wasted was when he was just drinking literally out of a Don Julio bottle, like during a parade. Like, that's going to get us all. Like, that's snake oil.
Yeah, it is.
But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know, man, but I would love to hang out in that environment.
We should all go to Nashville when they play the Titans in Tennessee this
year. You picking up the tab on that?
No.
Oh, okay.
I'll get us a place to stay for free, but no.
So, it's just fun, man. It's that time of year. Just have fun. Enjoy yourself. Be careful, Tight End University. Don't get anybody hurt at the parties.
Kelsey was like talking about those routes. I'm like, hey man, easy on the plant, dude. Like,
you don't want to blow your knee planting in Nashville.
How many times did you watch that video of him explaining how to come out of a break? Seriously,
I only need to watch it once.
Well, Mac, you ought to take notes, like he said to start the show. So when we're out in the parking lot this year, Ralph's throwing you perfect passes. You're not making an ass of yourself. Look, I learned from Travis here, man.
Exactly right. Straight A student, Tight End
Yeah, Tight End University. Like, guys are taking notes and everything. And I mean, look, if you're a young tight end in this game, this is the best time to be a young tight end in the NFL. Like when Travis came in, you were on the fringe of Tony Gonzalez leaving and whatnot. The position hadn't really flipped over to this glamour position that it is right now. Like I said yesterday, I still think it's the next position to really get paid, in the NFL, because guys are going to start to figure out, and the league's going to start to figure out, they're not colluding allegedly, that the tight end is the next position to go out there and pay because these guys are tremendous athletes. I mean, every team now seemingly has a really good tight end option, where 5 years ago we had like Travis Kelce, Greg Olsen at the tail end, a couple of guys sprinkled in. Now every team's got a great tight end. It's hard to keep them all straight anymore.
Well, it's also just like an evolution of a position.
Yeah.
Like it's like the shooting guard. I don't know if that's a good example for the NBA, but it's like you would think back in the day, like, I don't know if NBA guys are just so tall, but like shooting guard, 6'3" guy, but now it's like guys 6'10" shoot threes and like are able to like move the court back. And like back in the day, your tight end traditionally was a blocker that would run like a delayed like boot pass out to the right or the left, and it was like a third read option. Now, like, offenses revolve around tight ends, and you see these guys take off because the old narrative, and Mac knows this in fantasy, always be wary when you draft a rookie tight end because they seem to have a slump year that first year because obviously they're playing in a league of men. And now we're seeing these tight ends just evolve. And again, the guy out on the clock is Ty Warren out of Penn State. They went to Indianapolis.
The next guy.
And I can guarantee you right now.
How's he going to have success with those two quarterbacks?
But that's what I'm going to get to. I guarantee you Daniel Jones, like, thank God I got that guy. Just like last year, Gardner Minshew in L.A. I mean, we could talk to Gardner Minshew this year about it. Like, how awesome was it to have Brock Bowers as a target last year? He's like, dude's a freak.
Dude's
you look
nuts.
at Jared Goff. Oh, man. Sam Laporta, guy's a freak. You look at Brock Purdy with George Kittle. Alex Smith with Travis Kelce.
I mean, the
was in his
dudes
prime.
in Arizona are talking about being the next Mahomes and Kelce right now. Like, you need a better quarterback than Kyler Murray. But, I mean, like, you're sitting out there. But that's where what the conversations are now, you know, with this position group. It's crazy. Like, every team has a really good tight end. And it's fun to see. You know, when Travis and all them came in the league, they didn't really have anybody to lean on. And now all these young tight ends are coming in the league. They've got these veteran guys to lean on. And I like the fact that they're passing along their information. That's the way you do it. You raise the next, group of players in the game, keep that position churning and burning, get guys paid.
The only guy that can't lean on tight end is a Chiefs backup tight end. No leaning.
But back in the day, though, you had like a catch tight end like Tony Gonzalez, and then you had like Jason Dunn as your blocking tight end. And that was it. As long as you had like one tight end that could catch a couple of passes, but you always had that big blocking tight end. Those days have changed.
Well,
now,
that's the thing is you think about it, too, is, the evolution of Kelce and Gronk are basically they walk so everybody else can run. And I get it. Tony Gonzalez, Shannon Sharp, Antonio Gates, great tight ends.
Right.
But like those guys it was like one and that was it. It was them, and then, they kind of meshed in between their careers, and Sterling Sharp's in there as well. But, like, now, I mean, I just raffled off, like, 6 tight ends that are all playing currently that are almost all in their primes.
Yeah.
So or entering their prime in the NFL. So it's very evolutionary to see with that position.
It's fun.
You've got receivers that have evolved. You have tight ends that have evolved, and we want to know why it's an offensive line.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
Question for you. Do you still have Sage?
Yeah, I think I've got some. Yeah. If not, I can order some on Amazon and have it here today.
We might need to get it ordered directly, immediately to the K. We'll explain why, because things are very, very sour at home. Here on Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
What's up, Kansas City? This is Jonathan India here, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Royals baseball, 96.5 The Fan.
Hey guys, it's Dusty Likens. Summer is about feeling your best, and Heartland Men's Health is about making you feel your best. More energy, more time outdoors, more time with the one you love. But if erectile dysfunction gets in the way, it can quietly steal that confidence. Remember that first time that you failed in the bedroom? You just laughed it off, and then it happened again, and then again, and then again. And then you found out, well, maybe I have a problem. Maybe these pills I'm using just are working okay, but they could be better. There are a few things more wonderful in life than intimacy. But when erectile dysfunction harms intimacy, it can have a devastating effect on your relationship. So go see my people over at Heartland Men's Health today. Your initial visit is only $99. It includes a medical consult with a licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test, and a medically advised test dose. And if the test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They have an expert staff. And if you are like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. They have 3 locations to serve you. Overland Park, Kansas, Independence, Missouri, between Blue Springs and Lee Summit, and their new office in North Kansas City. Call them today at 844-447-6600 or visit them at heartlandmenshealth.com.
I love saving money, and Hy-Vee is always finding ways to save me some dough, like new lower prices in every department. And on top of that, I save so much money at the pump with Hy-Vee's awesome Fuel Savers deals. I love watching the number roll back at the pump, and Monday, June 30th is for me. I'll earn a 40-cent per gallon fuel discount with every $60 grocery purchase, and you will too. So stock up for 4th of July weekend and stack up all of those fuel savings. It's awesome to save money at the pump, only at Hy-Vee.
Nothing says summer like a backyard barbecue. Invite your family, the neighbors. You can even include the entire Little League team. Hy-Vee makes it easy and affordable. This Friday through Sunday, save big on all your favorite flavors of summer, like John Morel Frank's just 97 cents, juicy ripe cantaloupe $1.99, Pepsi 6-pack bottles $2.99, and Lay's potato chips just $1.99. Hurry to the backyard barbecue sale and fire up the grill this weekend only at Hy-Vee.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Summer's coolest mattress deals are going on now at Ashley's Stars and Stripes sale. This summer, save up to $1,000 on select mattresses. And say goodbye to hot sleep and save up to $500 on the best-selling Tempur-Breeze collection. Plus, feel the freedom to snooze now and pay later with 0% interest until 2030 on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Better sleep starts at Ashley. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from IQBar. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at eatiqbar.com/policy/terms of service.
I've got good news and bad news. Here's the bad news. Most protein bars are packed with sugar and unpronounceable ingredients. The good news? There's a better option. I'm Will, and I created IQBar plant protein bars to empower doers like you with clean, delicious, low-sugar brain and body fuel. IQ bars are packed with 12 grams of protein, brain nutrients like magnesium and lion's mane, and zero weird stuff. And right now, you can get 20% off all IQ Bar products, plus free shipping. Try our delicious IQ Bar sampler pack with 7 plant protein bars, 4 hydration mixes, and 4 enhanced coffee sticks. Clean ingredients, amazing taste, and you'll love how you feel. Refuel smarter, hydrate harder, caffeinate larger with IQ Bar.
Now you can get 20% off all IQ Bar products, plus free shipping when you text EAT to 64,000. Text EAT to 64,000 to get your 20% off. That's EAT to 64,000.
Baseball season is in full swing, and that means the summer heat is coming. The guys at Climate Control have been serving KC homeowners for over 35 years and know how to get your cooling system ready to handle our scorching hot summer weather. Stay cool and comfortable this summer. Call Climate Control today at 816-265-2830 and schedule your AC system tune-up for just $59. Don't wait. Visit ClimateControlKC.com today. Climate Control Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing.
0% financing is back at Reiselman Nissan. That's right, 0% APR for 60 months on brand new Rogues and Pathfinders. Or choose 1.9% for 72 months. Even 84 months at just 3.49% APR. Looking for power? Get up to $6,000 in total rebates on new Frontiers. And don't miss 1.9% APR for 60 months on the bold and stylish Murano. These are some of the lowest rates we've seen all year, and inventory's moving fast. Visit Reiselman.com for full details. Reiselman Nissan. Every customer, every time.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Brought to you by Connolly Plumbing Solutions, your neighborhood plumber. Call 913-768-7676 or ConnollyPlumbingSolutions.com. Missouri sign Grandview Triangle, 470 westbound, where the ramp from 49 comes in. Left lane blocked with an accident. That's keeping things slow. Maybe a tap of the brakes to get past that right now. It's summer, time for yard work and watering. This month, Connolly Plumbing Solutions is offering a replacement outside faucet with access for only $399. Visit ConnollyPlumbingSolutions.com or call 913-768-7676 to schedule. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
On a Wednesday here on Fescoe and Dusty, 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports. We'll get to our poll question here in a bit. But boy, oh boy, was last night tough. But
there's
that for you.
Well, hello everybody. Happy
Wednesday.
Because you're running out of those 50 games that you can lose. Last night, Royals fall to the Rays, I believe, 5-1.
Yep.
Vinny, by the way, got a hit with a runner in scoring position.
Wow, huge. Wow. Let's put up a statue.
Well, here we are. I'm trying to find positives here, Bob.
Yeah, they're adults, you know, and they're not getting the job done. So Vinny got a hit.
But, the dude, Bradley, I believe was his name, perfect game going into like the 7th?
Yeah.
Lefevre doing his part. Even going out on a break, and we'll be right back. And hopefully so will the offense. Something along those lines.
Did Ryan say that?
No, he goes, we'll take a break and we need some runs. And I think they went to the break. It was something along those lines. I don't want to put words in Lefevre's mouth, but it was something along the line of, and they need runs. Binkley at 6:45, Macatrero at 9 o'clock here on Fescoe and Dusty. But yeah, I asked you seriously, man, about the Sage because something about the K right now ain't sitting right with these boys in blue. What is that? 8 in a row at home now they've lost?
Dude, they haven't won since May 31st at home.
And they haven't won a series since, May 7th?
Yeah, that early series against Chicago, yeah.
And they got swept by the A's, swept by the Yankees. They lose game 1 of the 3-game series against Tampa. Again, they play tonight, and then they'll play Thursday afternoon at 1:10. But Sage, a chicken, get that white chalk out, draw a circle in center field with a star in the middle of it, and sit cross-legged with your hands doing the whole Buddha pose. I don't know what you got to do, man. There is an aura at the K that is on this team right now that it just needs to be shook, changed. I don't know if they need to come into work today with just no shoes on. What is that guy's name? Hollis? Is that his name? Hollis? Whatever that guy's name.
Mac Hollins.
Mac Hollins from Buffalo. Yeah,
that's awesome. He is. I don't know what they need to do, but damn.
Look, it's bad. It really is. I mean, and that's not, being rude. That's not being wrong. That's not it's a bad display of offense right now. And again, it starts with Bobby 0 for 4 last night in the ball game, and they lose. I mean, it's no coincidence when the big three show up, Vinny, Bobby, and Salvi. This team has an easy opportunity to win baseball games. And when those guys don't show up, they don't win. Now, Salvi had a hit last night. Vinny had a hit last night. That was 2 of your 4 hits in the ball game last night. Bobby goes 0 for 4. He's not getting the job done. He's down to 282, I think, right now on the season. Kaggs has now dropped below 200. It's not on him. It's on those big 3. It's on those 3 guys that need to get the job done, the catalysts of your offense. And until they pick it up and play like, we're used to seeing them play and playing like the stars that they are, this team's just not going to win many games. And they can go out and get all the bats that they want and try to make all the trades that they want and all this kind of stuff to make the team better. It still comes down to your main guys performing. And we talk about it all the time. Did Aaron Judge perform over the last 2 weeks? No, and the Yankees have stunk. What's going on in New York right now? The only person who's performing is Juan Soto for the Mets, and they're like 1-10 in their last 11 games because nobody else in that lineup, from a big name standpoint, is stepping it up. So you've got to have your big name players get the job done. And I know it sounds so simple, but that's what it comes down to. And listening to JJ's comments yesterday talking about the trade deadline, Dusty, he mentioned John Sherman being very, very, very excited about this pitching staff, right? And they want to take advantage of the pitching staff. Who doesn't? They're having a historic season from a pitching standpoint. I was telling my friend yesterday, my buddy Jim came over for a while. We're sitting there talking, and he goes, I really haven't watched much this year. He goes, how about the pitching? It looks pretty good. I go, yeah, it's been good every night. But when you can't score, what the hell does it matter how good the pitching is? And so they've got to find a way to rectify this thing from a run standpoint, because now you're 3 games under 500, right? Yesterday you were 2. Now you're 3 games under 500. The earliest you can be over 500 again or at 500 is Saturday, and that requires winning 3 straight. And Tampa rolled out their weakest pitcher yesterday, in their rotation, and that dude pitched a perfect game, essentially, against the Royals yesterday.
After getting shelled in his last time he pitched.
Exactly. Like you went against a guy yesterday you had an opportunity against, and you didn't take advantage of that opportunity. And no more do we talk about, well, it's going to change, it's going to flip. We're at the midseason part. This is who they are right now. This is who this team is. A very good pitching team. Like we said at the beginning of the year, World Series rotation, minor league offense.
Tonight's the race, Rasmussen.
Yeah. So, again, the guy that
the hell was last night. Glad I got a swim meet tonight.
He was a bum, Stedman. Royals 3.5 games out of the third wild card spot. We don't need to talk about the division. It's over. Detroit just keeps powering away. They have a 9.5 game lead over the next closest team, which is the Guardians. Royals 11.5 out of the division. Just seemed very pressing last night. Seemed like Bobby Witt wasn't there. Didn't seem like Chris Bubic had his stuff. Michael Garcia makes a crucial error at third. And then there's that, again, Vinny Pasquantino and his hand are involved at first base. And it's just from the offense that we see on the road to the offense that we see at home, I don't know what it is. I don't know if they just they get in there and they see a view and it's something that doesn't click, or I have no idea why it stalls at home, but it thrives on the road. They went to St. Louis, put up runs, right? They went to Texas, put up runs. Played in San Diego, competed, didn't put up a ton of runs, but I mean, what, 5 or 6 in the first game, and then you get back home and it's like, oh, great. Now again, maybe that's just. Again, I don't know. Maybe that's one bad game of the series and they win the next 2. Hopefully, that'd be great. But again, you have the Dodgers on the backside. And we talked about this earlier yesterday, Bob. If they fall flat on their face in this week series, which is a very possibility now, losing one of the first 3 to Tampa Bay, who's the top team in the wild card, and then if the Dodgers come in here and
they're close to taking the division now from the Yankees. I think they're only 2 back now of the Yankees in that division.
Playing really good ball. And they have a lot of vowels in their players' names. I mean, props to Lefevre last night for saying those batters' names for Tampa Bay. I mean, brutal. But you the Dodgers, if they make you look, disgusting and just run in here and run out, and every game is just what the Yankees did to you, then all of a sudden you're looking at the possibility of going maybe 1-5 on this homestand with Arizona, Seattle, and then you're really in trouble, because then you will have the whole conversation of it will no longer be, is this team a playoff team? It will be, when is this team selling?
Right, exactly.
And we're not quite yet to camp yet. So we're a lot behind schedule on this season, and things have to drastically change, and it has to happen at home.
It does. It needs to change almost automatically, or immediately, I should say, not automatically, but immediately. It needs to absolutely 100% change. But again, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. And I think that's kind of where we are with this offense right now. It just is what it is. And I kind of jokingly said when they went down 2-0, it's insurmountable. But it is. I mean, a 2-0 lead is insurmountable right now for the Kansas City Royals. And until they can prove that they can come back from being down 1-0 or 2-0, it's going to be a hard watch for a lot of folks, I think, moving forward. And I think, when you play that style of baseball like we saw, that's what kind of turns fans off. And you want to turn fans on. You want to keep them engaged, but not being able to score runs, it's just not an exciting brand of baseball right now. And we're showing the highlights on MLB Network, and it's just like strikeout after strikeout after strikeout after strikeout. And this guy was dominating on the mound last night, a guy with a 5 ERA. Dusty went out there and dominated your ass last night. And so this is who this team is. And again, they knew that going in. They tried their asses off. It's not for lack of effort. It's just that this is where they sit, and this is kind of the cards that they were dealt. And we're going to have to see going forward if they're going to be able to find a bat that can produce at some point in time, for this organization. But as we sit right now, I don't know that there's any light at the end of the tunnel, because I don't think it's just one bat right now that helps this ball club. It's probably got to be at least 2 bats that come in here and help this team right now. The good news is, you said bring the sage. We'll have a new ballpark sooner rather than later somewhere. Maybe that will change their fortunes at home when they see a new stadium in a couple of years.
No doubt. Royals again in action today, as they'll have Michael Wacha on the mound for the boys in blue today at home against the Tampa Bay Rays again. That game is at 6:40 again tonight. Rasmussen going against Wacha. He is 6-5, 2.61 ERA. Excuse me. Tough task, but Josh Verner will join you guys here on 96.5 The Fan at 5:30. Binkley in about 15 minutes, and Matt Cottrero at 9 o'clock. I will say this. It does get bad at baseball games. Last night there was a pretty brutal thing that happened in the Arizona game, as this happened to one of their players, Marte.
Welcome back to Chicago. This is from the previous pitching change. Torey Lovello with Ketel Marte in tears on the pitcher's mound, waiting for the reliever to come in, consoling Ketel Marte, who was in tears. Ketel Marte in tears, kneeling down behind second base, being consoled by his teammates. Now, we can only speculate as to what bad news that Ketel has received, but he was very emotional out there as Beeks comes in to face Austin Slater, the pinch hitter, and Slater, batting for Rojas, flies out. No idea why Ketel was in tears there during the pitching change. He might be upset about his teammate Ildemaro Vargas suffering a broken foot earlier in the game, but that was unusual.
So Ketel Marte was in tears, crouching down at second base. We didn't really understand what happened, and then we were told later on throughout the game that there was a fan heckling him about his deceased mother.
Right. She died in 2017 in a car accident, Dusty. And what a scumbag. I mean, there's just really no other way to put it. And the fan was kicked out of the game for saying whatever it was that he said. Now, it doesn't appear that anybody really knows the truth of what was said. I did see a report that said he was yelling at him while he was hitting about his mother being up in heaven or something like that, and really got on Ketel Marte for that. And then to see his manager come out and console him like that, and people want managers fired all the time, and I think Torey Lovullo has probably been a rumored manager to be fired. There are reasons why guys don't get fired, and Torey Lovullo showed you why he's the right manager for that Arizona Diamondbacks after the game yesterday.
We have to go to Ketel Marte. There was obviously a very emotional scene out there, and we know how close you are with him. What can you share with us?
It was a terrible moment. Fans are nasty, and fans go too far sometimes. And I love my players, and I'm going to protect them.
Your protection starts way before today, though. You guys go so far. It's we were talking on the air. I know you're a father figure to him, are you not?
Right, yeah. I've known Ketel for 9 years, and he's had some unbelievably great moments and some hardships as well, and some really, really tough moments in his life. And I know those. And at the end of the day, we're human beings, and we have emotions, and I saw him hurting, and I want to protect him.
Can you tell us what you told him?
I love you, and I'm with you, and we're all together, and you're not alone. And no matter what happens, no matter what was said or what you heard, that guy's an idiot and shouldn't have an impact on you.
There you go.
Yeah, great stuff by the manager of the Diamondbacks, man. That's what you want. That's what a manager is supposed to do. Be there for his guys. It's not about, the X's and O's in baseball. A manager affects, I think everybody will tell you in baseball, about 10 games per year, right? It's about managing the people and being there for your guys. I mean, I go back to Ned Yost when Chris Young lost his I think it was his mother as well. Moustakas lost his mom, along the way in that 2015 season. Obviously, Edison Volquez lost his dad. I mean, we saw a lot of that.
Like a gym after that
in
too?
Game 4 of the World Series.
That's right.
Game 4 or 5 of the World. Was it Game 5 of the World Series? The clincher that night in New York was after his father passed away.
I just remember it was amazing.
It was unbelievable. Yeah, I mean, I'm getting goosebumps again talking about that. But that was Ned who managed the situations and managed those guys and was there for them when you have a big loss. And you've lost your mother. I've not lost my mother yet. I don't know what that feeling is like, but I do know if you're in the stands heckling players over the loss of their mother, you're some sort of douchebag, man. And I'm glad they kicked him out of the stadium. But the White Sox fan base right now is been a vile fan base. They had a guy attack one of our first base coaches in Tom Gamboa years ago. And then you had this happen at a game. I think people have to realize that buying a ticket to a game is not a license to be a jerk. It's not a license to go out there and be socially unacceptable to the players. You can boo, absolutely boo. You can say, man, you stink. You didn't get the job done tonight. But you can't go personal with somebody and start attacking their mother who passed away tragically almost 10 years ago and is still having a profound impact on that player every single day. Like Ketel Marte deserves a standing ovation wherever he goes, and everybody needs to love him up. The other thing about that guy, have you looked at his numbers this year? He's like a 320 hitter with double-digit home runs, approaching, I think, 50 RBI. He's having a great year right now.
No, he's one of the top players.
And so, to do that to that guy or to anybody in any walk of life, you're some sort of loser, man. You need to check yourself. And that fan, that guy's a scumbag. There's no other way to put it.
No, the manager said it perfectly.
That guy's an idiot.
Yep.
Which, I mean, I love it for the drop because
that guy's an idiot.
We'll have plenty of opportunities for that, I can guarantee you. But
right.
yeah, that's just one of those things where, and I'm not perfect. I've probably said some stuff at games back in my younger days.
Of course,
that I
did too. I know I have.
And, I do love the guy in the crowd that says something unique, right? Or the guy that can, play off of it. Like if he's a Yankees fan and says, that's my shortstop. And then you stand up when your shortstop does something. It's like, well played. Yeah.
Yeah.
But attacking someone that you had to do due diligent research to kind of find out that A, that guy's mom had passed away. B, you had it ready, holding in the chamber, ready to fire it away when you had the right moment. And I get it. We can ask Cotrero this today, like how many things they hear that sometimes aren't passable, right? There's things that we can read on the text line that are passable or that we get tweeted at that are just like, whatever. But sometimes there's stuff that people reach out to you and say where you're like, damn, dude, like that hurt, like you get called a certain name or somebody brings up a certain part of your past that you're not particularly wanting to revisit. And that's what happened last night in this game. And that's how you get nominated as a Richard of the Week. That's how hopefully those fans around him are like, right here, he's the one that said it. Like, That's okay to be a rat in that situation because, we ain't got time for that in this world. It's already crazy, hectic, and rude. And to add to that is not cool. But again, one of the greatest things you could see is your manager who's, Arizona's been slipping lately.
Yep.
There'll be a team that you'll see here in a couple weeks.
They're going to rally.
So anytime bet on Marte to hit a home run today. Hell, put a +2 on it and see what happens to that.
Yeah.
I do want to get into our tweet for the weekly poll question on X, so you can go to the Fan 965. We ask you on there, since the Royals lineup is something of a conversation, whether they can hit or not at home, or who you want to see hit third. So the three names we have, because we see a lot of Bobby Witt Jr. should hit third, Michael Garcia should hit second or lead off. So who hits third for this Royals team if you had the choice? Bobby Witt Jr., Michael Garcia, or Jack Caglione?
Yeah, I would put Cags in that number 3 spot right now. And again, I'm stealing it from MLB Network and Mark DeRosa talking about Roman Anthony, for the Red Sox batting 3. And he goes, he took off when he started hitting number 3. And right now, nothing is working in your lineup. So why not try something different? Why not try Jack Caglione there? If he's going to be that guy, moving forward, that power hitter in your lineup, let's see what he can do behind Bobby Witt. May help him out a little bit, too, knowing that, okay, Bobby Witt's ahead of me, and he's going to see some good pitches. I'll have an opportunity to stand on deck for a while, see what this pitcher's got going, and then Bobby's going to get on, and I'll have an opportunity to knock him in. So I would put Cags at that number 3 spot because as of right now, nothing is working that you're rolling out there for the lineup.
Yeah. So Cags he's struggling. Like he's in the he's in game 19 tonight, right? And we'll see what happens. He's got to get going a little bit more. He had the 2-homer game, the robbed home run. He's had hard hit balls, but again, I'm with everybody else where I hate the whole excuse of, boy, they're hitting it hard, just bad luck. It's like, okay, well, enough.
Those hard hit rates things are excuses for failure. And that's where I come in with the analytics and the hard hit rate and all that kind of stuff. You're justifying failure by using those. And at the end of the day, did you get on base? Did you score runs? That's what matters. And the major leagues is hard, man. Like, I don't think people at times realize how hard it is to play big league baseball. And we expect so much out of our young prospects just to come up and hit the ground running. And it's very rare that guys come up from the minor leagues and hit the ground running. And Cags is experiencing it right now. And it's good to experience failure right now because I don't know that he's ever experienced failure. And if you can experience failure and rebound from that, you learn a hell of a lot more than sitting down in AAA beating up on some 40-year-old former farmhand.
Right, yeah. No, I mean, he ain't going anywhere. Yeah. I mean, they don't bring him up to send him back down. At least I wouldn't think so. I mean, the Mets did that to Ronald Acuña's brother. Yeah. And Ronald Acuña went absolutely berserk.
Yeah, he did.
Smart move, 1 in 10 Mets. Maybe don't do that. Hey, his brother's going to be in town. Be kind of cool. Let's see what happens. And gone. So we ask you on our weekly poll question on a Wednesday, who do you want to see hit third for this Kansas City Royals lineup? Of course, we get a text. No one cares. They can't hit. Doesn't matter.
That guy's an idiot.
That's not the poll question. The poll question is, who do you want to see hit third in this Royals lineup? Bobby Witt Jr., Michael Garcia, Jack Caglione.
Greg Olson.
I mean, after a few, man, he might be able to hit one to the moon, man. That guy is on another level.
Greg Olson, baby.
We'll ask Jay Binkley how turned up he'd get at Tight End University. God could only imagine what Jay Binkley would do in Nashville during Tight End University. We'll talk to Jay Binkley coming up on the other side. You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan Edition, your home for Kansas City sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty.
Whoever that bozo was doing the armpit fart thing, come on, man.
Catch Royals insider Josh Vernier every Monday at 8:20, right here on your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
I was talking to my wife yesterday about Golden Oak Lending and how awesome the folks there are with everything that they've done for us over the last couple of years. And you know what? Golden Oak Lending's there for you as well if you need help. Maybe you've got some high-interest credit cards you've just got to pay off. Or maybe you've got some home repairs that you're looking to get out from underneath. Or maybe you've got a wedding coming up. Or who knows, college tuition is coming due real soon as well. And you just need that extra cash. Well, Golden Oak can help you. But it all starts with their free mortgage checkup. And that's what we've done over the last couple of years. We just did one again a couple of weeks ago to find out where we are and to see if there's anything better than the mortgage that we're currently in. It's always great just to kind of get a refresher and see where you are. And the cool thing about the free mortgage checkup with Golden Oak Lending, it's risk-free. There's no paperwork. There's no credit card required. It's just a phone conversation. And then if you're able to refinance because they've got a rate that's better than what you're currently in, the average cash-out customer is going to save $1,104 per month. Plus, you can go 2 months now without having to make a mortgage payment. Rolling into football season without having to make a mortgage payment would be awesome. So call Golden Oak Lending today and take that free mortgage checkup. 913-890-GOLD. That's 913-890-GOLD. And let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Don't let clogged drains slow you down. Call Hamilton Plumbing, Heating, AC, and Rooter today for our $79 mainline drain cleaning special. The pros at Hamilton will inspect your drains with video camera technology to pinpoint exactly what is needed to clear those clogs and help prevent expensive drain repairs. The expert technicians at Hamilton are ready 7 days a week to solve your problem the right way, the first time. Over 40 years experience and more than 8,000 five-star reviews ensures your peace of mind. Visit callhamilton.com for details, terms, and conditions. License number 2025-11121.
You gotta dip your chicken strips. Hey, this is Kiani.
And this is Tabitha.
And a little thing we love about Chick-fil-A chicken strips
is all the different sauces we can dip them in. I like to line up all my favorite sauces so that in every bite, I have a different flavor. Then with the tenderness of the chicken, the juiciness of it, it's all there.
And for me, I like to mix my sauces so I get a little tang and I get a little sweetness all in one bite.
That's what makes it for me. Like, that's what does it for me.
That's what I'm saying.
It's the summer of Chick-fil-A chicken strips and sauces. Order now on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from IQBar. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at iqbar.com/policy/terms of service.
I've got good news and bad news. Here's the bad news. Most protein bars are packed with sugar and unpronounceable ingredients. The good news? There's a better option. I'm Will, and I created IQBar plant protein bars to empower doers like you with clean, delicious, low-sugar brain and body fuel. IQ bars are packed with 12 grams of protein, brain nutrients like magnesium and lion's mane, and zero weird stuff. And right now, you can get 20% off all IQ Bar products, plus free shipping. Try our delicious IQ Bar sampler pack with 7 plant protein bars, 4 hydration mixes, and 4 enhanced coffee sticks. Clean ingredients, amazing taste, and you'll love how you feel. Refuel smarter, hydrate harder, caffeinate larger with IQ Bar.
Now you can get 20% off all IQ Bar products, plus free shipping when you text EAT to 64,000. Text EAT to 64,000 to get your 20% off. That's EAT to 64,000.
The technicians you can trust with your house keys. Anthony Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric.
Stay comfortable year-round with expert HVAC installation done right the first time. Enjoy a new HVAC system starting at $150 a month. Schedule your consultation today at anthonyphce.com.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Brought to you by Connolly Plumbing Solutions, your neighborhood plumber. Call 913-768-7676 or ConnollyPlumbingSolutions.com. Missouri sign Grandview Triangle, 470 westbound, where the ramp from 49 comes in. Left lane blocked with an accident. That's keeping things slow. Maybe a tap of the brakes to get past that right now. It's summer, time for yard work and watering. This month, Connolly Plumbing Solutions is offering a replacement outside faucet with access for only $399. Visit ConnollyPlumbingSolutions.com or call 913-768-7676 to schedule. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
It's time for the College Football Report with Jay Binkley.
I'm still not sure I'm not Dusty's dad, but regardless.
On your home for K-State Athletics, 96.5 The Fan.
We got a text to the wrong number.
I always like those. Somebody running late for work, or they got to pick up the kiddo after school or something.
From the 913 FYI, you get the wrong number. Hey, boss. Sorry I didn't get the slide presentation completed. I did stay up late to work on it, though. So
is that?
I think his boss just responded with, "Hey, what goat man?" Jay Binkley, how you doing, my guy?
What's up, Dustman? What's up, Bob? You know what, guys? Those random texts to the wrong text number are hilarious. I remember back in like 13 or 14 or something, I would do these Saturday and Sunday morning cheap shows. And it's amazing the kind of stuff that would come in at 2 or 3 in the morning. I'd be there first thing in the morning. It's like, hey, baby, I'll be right over. Your husband home? Those kind of things.
Oh, my Lord.
They were sending them to
I would
you,
always
though,
respond
Jay.
to them. I would always respond to them and say, I'm on my way. You know, just playing around.
Yeah, no, they were
all over the place.
They were meant for you, Jay. You don't know who's texting it to. They knew you were going to be in that morning. They were ready for you, my man.
I think when they say, hey, do you mind picking up something at the store or something like that, they texted the wrong number. It's just hilarious. When the last phone number they texted was to 610 at the time, and they just continued. It's funny.
Have you ever sent the accidental text on purpose?
No, not on purpose, but I have done it.
Yeah. All right. Well, have you ever gone to Tight End University?
No, but I wish I could.
Yeah, right. How cool does that look?
It just looks cool. I mean, you see other, like, offensive linemen now do a thing called the offensive line masterminds and stuff where they all get together and have, former Trey Smith's a big part of that, too, that goes down to that. They all do it, but Tight End University is just taking it to another level. Yeah, they do the stuff on the field and the hard workouts, but they party hard, too. You get, like, Ian Rappaport's of the world now. ESPN was live for ESPN Live at Tight End University. I mean, it's just become a huge thing. It's become the biggest, group, and the defensive ends and edge rushers get together too. So they really started something, Travis and Greg.
Is that the premier position now, the next premier position in the NFL that's going to get paid? Because I feel like they are.
I think so, just because of the versatility, because you're talking about a guy that not only can catch the football, but to be able to block too. I mean, just two skill sets like that. It's just such a huge part. And you're going to see more of them. I mean, we've already seen the H-back role too, where the tight end's kind of the fullback as well, but then slides out there. But you're going to see more and more of that in the NFL. Heck, Gronk is even, a tight end university. But yeah, it's going to look at Travis Kelce. All right, for example, he's got 7 years of 90-plus catches in the NFL. Nobody's ever done that except for Larry Fitzgerald. Larry Fitzgerald's done it 8 times, but he didn't do it all in a row. Travis has done 90-plus catches 7 years in a row because he had 97 last year. If he gets to 90 this year, it's only him and Larry Fitzgerald. So it just shows you there's one of the best wide receivers, and there's Travis Kelce is the 2 best pass catchers in the NFL that have caught 90 passes in 8 years. That's incredible.
Which one of those tight ends would you like to just have a high top, tabletop, and just go beer for beer with?
Kittle.
Yeah.
How
many beers?
He's always ready to party, man. He wakes up and he's ready to party. He goes to sleep and he's ready to party. He seems like just a pretty cool dude.
Now, these tight ends, we were talking earlier, to me, they're either, Wade Boggs level drunks, or they're like 3, 4, 5 beers and then they got to call it a night because they're athletes and they're not used to drinking. Where do you think they are, the tight ends?
I agree with you. I think, you get these guys and always working out and stuff, 5 or 6 might get them, but there's probably a lot of them that can put them down. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised at all if some of these guys could do close to a case, something like that. I mean, these guys are partiers because they do get to hang out with the linemen. We all know the linemen are the guys that do all the drinking, but the tight ends are kind of welcomed into that group with them. So they're on just a different level, So I'd put them behind the offensive linemen as far as the biggest drinkers.
Binkley, what do they need to do at Coppin Stadium to get this offense going?
Dustman, that's a never-ending question. That was quite the performance last night. I don't know. I don't know why they can hit, but yet when somebody's on base, they can't drive those runners in. It's almost like these pitchers turn into somebody else when they know the Royals have runners in scoring position, where they're like, all right, we'll just throw them inside and whatever. We'll just, hit it to where they pitch it to where they can't hit it because they're not going to drive somebody in. But it's incredibly frustrating. That game last night, really pissed me off, to be honest with you. I mean, seeing a pitcher that basically the pitcher they faced last night had given up 7 runs one game this month, 6 runs one game this month, and then he shut the Royals down. And that was extremely frustrating, especially a team coming off a rest day yesterday.
So are you saying you're close to your breaking point with this team?
I don't think I'm close to my breaking point. When June 1st hit, I was like, okay, this might be who they are. 'Cause usually you are who you are at that point. But I wouldn't say breaking point just because of so many teams, 9 teams within 2.5, 3 games of getting to the wild card. And then you see Minnesota peeing all over themselves, letting the Royals just kind of hang right in there. So technically, they're still in it, but at some point I'm like, how long am I going to keep waiting for the hitting to come around? Because they're wasting this window. We talk about these windows in football, guys, all the time. You get the strike, like the 49ers missed that opportunity when they're barely paying Brock Purdy. Now they're paying him. We'll see if they can pay everybody else. But you have to strike that window. They're not going to have this pitching again. In 10 years, you can look back and say, man, if the Royals only could have put some hitting with that pitching, because this might go down as one of the best staffs they've ever had, but yet they didn't take advantage of it because this pitching staff can win in the postseason. It's that good. Unfortunately, the hitting can't.
No, you're absolutely right about that. And that's kind of where we are, and that's why it's always good to kind of refresh people and say, you better be enjoying what's going on at Arrowhead because that thing is not going to last long. But, you got to appreciate these moments. And right now we're seeing the Royals have this moment where the pitching is so good and the defense is so bad, like – Mahomes style in 2018 where, you go out there and score with the best of them, but you couldn't stop anybody. And so when you have one side of your team that isn't producing, it brings down everybody else. So you had minicamp wrap up last week. Your thoughts on the offensive line and where we are? I know you didn't like the Simmons pick much when it happened, but it looked like he may be ready to go for training camp, Jay.
Hey, if it works out, it's a complete coup. It just is. I hope he's ready for training camp. I mean, they said the right things, but Andy did kind of put a caveat there on when he talked at the last day of minicamp about Simmons. He goes, yeah, he should be ready to go, right at the beginning of St. Joe. And everybody took that and ran with it and made headlines in other places. But then he adds, well, we'll see what happens when you put the pads on, when you go full speed, when you have guys, trying to make the team going after the quarterback at full speed. Things get different. I mean, it's different when he's, at minicamp, wearing the shorts and you're not having to worry about, much pressure at all. But you get to St. Joe and all of a sudden you're facing pass rushers that want to get to the quarterback. They want to make this team. They want to be in the National Football League. And then you have all the pads on. So he's not lifting it 100% yet. So we'll see. I mean, it all sounded good at this point, but I still think it's going to be a wait and see. And Jalen Moore's here for a reason. But I do like to shake up the offensive line because that is a good thing. Kingsley, the Kingsley news makes me the happiest of anything that this guy, stepping in for Joe Tooney at left guard. But if Josh Simmons works out 100% perfect, then if Jalen Moore is a situation where you have that kind of depth and you can put him on the offensive line for injuries or whatever, but he can be a starter too. And keep this in mind too about Jalen Moore that they signed. He could play a lot of different things. I know he's a tackle, and he played tackle at Western Michigan. He could play on the right or the left, but he went to Western Michigan as a tight end. Like, he was recruited as a tight end. He gets to Western Michigan, they put him at defensive end first, then they finally put him on offensive line. So it shows that he can play many different things. So could be a weapon for Andy Reid on that offensive line if Josh Simmons can be the starter because of how many different things he's able to do.
Bingley, we asked a question yesterday. Would you be more surprised if Joshua Simmons is the starting left tackle or if Rashee Rice is not suspended?
I would say Josh Simmons being the starting left tackle right away. Now, halfway through the season, wouldn't be surprised at all. But who knows about Rashee Rice? I mean, this thing's dragging on. Who knows if it's even going to be settled this year? That's the thing. It could be the whole year that he ends up playing. I mean, it could happen. I mean, you just don't know. That's the biggest mystery. But I think Simmons being 100% healthy, just because of the way he came back. I mean, this is a guy that was hurt in the Oregon game last year. He hadn't played football since the middle of last fall. And playing in the National Football League, completely different experience. I don't care that he went to Ohio State and they won the national championship. Guess what? He didn't play in the national championship. He didn't play in the playoffs, so he didn't get that experience that the Ohio State Buckeyes got last year through the run. Yeah, he came from there, but he didn't get that experience with them. But he would have been the number one tackle taken had he not got hurt. So we'll see. It's just a wait and see. But the Rashee Rice thing, I don't even know anymore. I thought it was a given that it would be this year with the suspension, but it may not be.
How long can they wait on this? I mean, eventually it's just going to go away. And I mean, eventually they just got to say, time is passed.
Well, I don't know, but they will do something. They'll 100% do something because he admitted fault in it. So the NFL will eventually do it. I just think they're waiting for, and they're doing the right thing. They're waiting for the court case to be settled, waiting to make a decision. So I'm glad they're not jumping the gun like they do a lot of other times, just suspend people because of, hearsay or other things. At least they're letting the whole thing play out.
Bigley, last one. Who do you want to see hit third in this lineup for the Royals?
Nobody. That's a question that I don't think there is a right answer. I guess Michael. I mean, I'd love to say Keggs, but I don't know if Keggs would, it'd be the pressure put on him to hit third in this lineup. But I guess just Michael at this point. Why not? I loved it the other day when they went down to Texas and Bobby Witt Jr., boom, he gets on base and gets a double. Then they knock him in and score. So I think Bobby's fine where he's at. But I guess Michael, to be honest with you.
Michael or no one. Bigley, we'll see you in about 30 minutes up in the studio before you get on the show with Alex today.
All right, fellas. See you soon.
Take care. Well, you didn't expect that one, did you? No one.
Who do you want to see in third? Nobody.
That's right. We'll get back to our poll question on the Fan 965 on X. Who do you want to see hit third for this Royals lineup? Garcia, Bobby, or Keggs? Plus, we'll dive into the biggest luxury that does exist for the Chiefs. Here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
Nobody.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty.
Hey, well, yo, man.
On your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, my friends over at Aspen Lawn and Pest Control have done such an awesome job with our lawn. I don't know if I love having Aspen because I don't have anything to do on the weekends now. I don't know if I love having Aspen because my lawn looks great or because we have the mosquito dome over our house. But you know what? It really is all three. Aspen Lawn and Pest Control has done a great job for us. It has taken away the ability to have to do the yard work on the weekends. They come out once a week. They mow the lawn. They clean the yard up. They edge. They do everything to make our yard look great. And it frees us up on the weekends to do things that we love doing, like relaxing and sitting outside. And we're able to sit outside now and relax because we do have that mosquito dome over the top of our house from Aspen Lawn and Pest Control. And so we've got a beautiful yard to look at now, and we don't have to worry about getting bit by those mosquitoes. And our dog doesn't have to worry about the ticks and fleas in the yard. It has been an absolute unbelievable fun time at our house because we have that mosquito dome and we're able to sit outside. Our yard looks great. We're protected from all the bugs, and Aspen Lawn and Pest Control have done an unbelievable job for us, and they can do it for you as well. They offer full-service lawn care, irrigation, and pest control, and right now they're going to give you up to half off your first application when you mention this ad. So visit them today at aspenlawn.com. That's aspenlawn.com.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Watch the Pro Basketball Draft live tonight at Twin Peaks. Who you got going first overall? Come to the Lodge and indulge in 29-degree draft beers while you find out where the future stars land. Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover's accepted at the places that I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Now at Verizon, we have some big news for your peace of mind. For all our customers, existing and new, we're locking in low prices for 3 years guaranteed on My Plan and My Home. That's future you peace of mind. And everyone can save on a brand new phone on My Plan when you trade in any phone from one of our top brands. That's new phone peace of mind. Because at Verizon, whether you're already a customer or you're just joining us, we got you. Visit Verizon today. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply for all offers.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
70 eastbound heading out of downtown, very heavy. You're down to one lane with construction around 18th Street, and that's got you slow from Prospect, and it crawls down towards 23rd Street. Westbound lanes slow past Van Brunt over to Jackson Avenue with the left lane blocked. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
This is the all-new 96.5 The Fan, your new home for Royals baseball. KFNZ FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station.
I'm loving it. Well, hello, everybody. Happy Wednesday.
That's right. Which means you have your opportunity to go to our X page, 96.5 The Fan. The Fan 96.5, I think, is the official name of it. We put up the question today, who do you want to see hit for this Royals lineup at third in the position? Bobby Witt Jr., Michael Garcia, Jack Caglione. Right now, Bobby Witt Jr., 30.3%. Michael Garcia, 40.1%, and Jack Caglione, 29.6%.
Okay, yeah.
And then 4 responses of all of them saying the same thing. It doesn't really matter. This team is so lost right now.
Yeah, and there is something to be said for that. I mean, that's like Binkley said nobody, and obviously we laughed at all of that. But I understand what he's talking about, you know. I think that's where, you know, this kind of team is right now. It doesn't really matter who hits third, first, second, seventh. Nobody's getting the job done.
Yeah, it's been struggling. Especially at home. I think we need to burn sage. I think we need to, do something around those parts. But, yeah, you can go there. Vote on that question. Who do you want to see hit third? Because that was a big popular, sort of thing yesterday when it came to when we were talking about Garcia and all these sort of things. Binkley says, Binkley, last one. Who do you want to see hit third in this lineup for the Royals?
Nobody.
Yeah. The guy's down bad.
That game last night really pissed me off, to be honest with you.
Yeah, thanks for being honest, Jay. So
he's right.
I mean, it was, man. Like you're watching it, and you're like,
sucked,
okay, because 2 out, home run, 2-run shot by that Jansen guy, Rex Becks, no gloves to the yard, just absolute tank shot.
Right.
Royals' first hard hit of the game, ground road double, cost him a run.
Yeah.
Second and third, Bobby Witt Jr.'s up, 105-mile-an-hour line drive to left field. At that point, I was like, all right, let's turn the diffuser on, shut the blinds, turn the game on the bed, just relax. Because at that point, just you've seen your fate. It goes back to, those times watching the Chiefs play when it was in the playoffs and it goes off of Revis's face and Mariota catches it. I'm like, I know how this ends.
Mm-hmm.
Butt fumble to Andrew Luck, goes in for the end zone. I know how this game ends. Pittsburgh Steelers, field goals, field goals, field goals. We're not winning this game, are we? We're not. Okay. All right. I don't know what to expect at this point with this offense at home. But again, Matt Cotrero at 9 o'clock here on Fescoe and Dusty. But you found an article that says what the Chiefs' biggest luxury is.
Yeah, and they said Kareem Hunt is their biggest luxury this year. And I'm thinking to myself, God, I don't know that Kareem Hunt is necessarily a luxury for this team. This isn't 2018, right? Where the guy's coming out of the backfield and catching passes and doing that great wheel route against New England and going, wow, look at Kareem Hunt. That's a luxury, right?
Got him off the couch last season.
Yeah, exactly. like that's what I'm saying. Like Kareem Hunt was sitting around, scratching his ass, eating, food and going, sure, what the hell? I'll go play for the Chiefs. Might as well, right? I got nothing else going on right now. How'd you like to play for the Indians? I don't know. At least you could have said you were from the Yankees. And he did. The Chiefs are the Yankees. And he went and played. And, here he comes and he's playing. I don't find him to be a luxury per se this year. And so I asked you guys, what do you think the biggest luxury is right now for the Chiefs? And for me, I think it's pretty simple. It's the wide receiver room. I do feel like it's a luxury because we have not had a wide receiver room this deep, guys. I don't know since when. Maybe never in this organization. I know Tyreek Hill and his production clouds the judgment of a lot of people when they analyze the entire position. But from 1 to 5, 6 on this roster, however many wide receivers they're going to keep, they got some legitimate depth, and it's not faux depth either. It's real depth that they have out there. Rice, Worthy, Hollywood Brown, Juju Smith-Schuster. I mean, those are your 4 top wide receivers right now. Who wouldn't want those 4 guys on their team as a collection of wide receivers? So I think right now, when I'm talking about luxury for the Chiefs, they kind of got a luxury at that wide receiver position.
Yeah, it's the best they've had since 2018. I mean, 2018, they had Tyreek Hill, Sammy Watkins, Chris Conley was good, Demarcus Robinson was good for his
both
role.
10-year players, dude.
Yeah, I mean,
seriously, Conley and Robinson both been in the league a decade.
Plus, you had Travis Kelce, which I don't know how much you want to consider him part of the receiving core, but in 2018, Tyreek Hill had 1,400 yards, Travis Kelce had 1,300 yards. Chris Conley only had 160, or wait, no, Chris Conley had 354, Demarcus Robinson 288. So they didn't really need any of those other guys. But Sammy Watkins had 519 yards, and he only played in 9 games.
Yeah.
So, I mean, could have had 1,000 yards there if you add in some more games played or have a couple of explosive games. But you had Sammy Watkins, Tyreek Hill, Travis Kelce. And at the time, Travis Kelce was still peak Travis. I mean, 1,300, 10 touchdowns, averaging 13 yards a catch. That's something that you had at the time. That was what Mahomes was Mahomes, right? That's when we saw the downfield passing. That's when he threw for 50 and 5,000. That was his first year as a starter. That's the best that receiving room has ever been, in my opinion. Maybe I'm wrong. But now you do have a receiver room that I think is maybe deeper or bigger than it's ever been because of the different styles you have, right? We've talked about Rashee Rice being the over-the-middle, big body guy. It's going to be the yak guy, going to be probably is going to be wide receiver one. Then you've kind of got two guys that are a mirror image of themselves. Just one is older than the other, and Hollywood Brown and Xavier Worthy, where it's like, hey, what you can't do anymore, Hollywood, Xavier's going to do, and what you both do so well, we'll just run those two. Then you throw in a veteran like Juju. You throw in a rookie like Royals.
Too. I totally forgot about him.
And then, by the way, the guy we talked about.
Pants got tight over there, didn't they?
Yeah,
I mean, look, the smile on this dude's face talking about a 5th round, 4th round draft pick, man.
Rashee Rice reincarnated.
That earphone went.
It really did. That earphone popped, baby.
And then, not to even mention, then you have the savvy vet and Travis Kelce. And I think that's where we're going to see him thrive, is not in the role of 1,300 yards, 10 touchdowns, but in the role of like, I can't control this chaos out here. We're now just going to let Travis Kelce have the 7-yard, catch and go down. That's fine. And then here comes your luxury item of Kareem Hunt. Go get the 3 yards. You keep the chains moving. You keep the ball in Patrick Mahomes' hand. And the more he sees, the more he can develop. And all of a sudden, that Worthy route goes deep. The Hollywood Brown does a deep slant over the middle. Rashee Rice is then all of a sudden tearing up the middle of the field. So, yeah, this receiver depth is going to be absolutely insane this year if it can stay healthy. And that's obviously the biggest thing.
You mentioned clearing everybody out and then Travis being open. That's why I think Travis is going to have a big year. Like I was telling you, my friend come over last night. We were talking about the Chiefs. Like, I don't know. What do you think? I'm like, I think it's going to be senior year. And my friend is like peaked in high school guy, Jim, and talks about the glory days in high school all the time, right? And so I was saying it's senior year, man. You know how it was for your senior year in high school, right? That's what it's going to be like for Travis and for Patrick this year. It's Travis's senior year. So I think they're going to have a lot of fun doing that. The only thing I need out of Kareem Hunt, quite frankly, guys, this year is on 2nd and 1 and 3rd and 1 to get me 2 yards. That's all I need out of Kareem Hunt. Give me somebody consistent that I know can pick up 1 or 2 yards when it's 3rd and short or 2nd and short, because that's been the Achilles heel of this Kansas City Chiefs offense over the last Andy Reid era, is not being able to pick up 2nd and short and 3rd and short. I'd rather have 3rd and 17 than 3rd and 1 for this ball club right now. And until Kareem Hunt can prove that they can do that, hey, it's like the Royals hitting with runners in scoring position. Until you do it, you can't. And the Chiefs, man, their Achilles heel is that 2nd and short, 3rd and short situations.
Or Pacheco, prove it too. Maybe he could be the guy. It doesn't have to be Kareem Hunt. Maybe it's Brashard Smith with his 4.3, 4.4 speed, whatever it is. Yeah, I think wide receiver depth, though, is a great answer. I don't think there's been a time where the Chiefs have had this many options. Yeah, as Dusty mentioned, yeah, sure, the cream of the crop up at the top, maybe with Kelce and Hill, but I'd rather have depth and versatility, which is what this group's going to have in droves. For me, I think you guys both chose really well for me. I'll go corner depth on the other side there because I think they've got 6 options where I don't really go at any of them like, oh, he's barbecue chicken. Oh, he's going to be burnt toast this tonight. Because you look at it, you've got Trip McDuffie. We know what he is. They got Christian Fulton from the Chargers. They have Jalen Watson. They've got Noah Williams.
That could be a sneaky good pick. I mean, that may be one we look back on and go, man, they signed that guy off the Chargers, roster. Nobody thought anything about him. I didn't even remember him until you mentioned it.
Yeah.
But those are seemingly the guys that make the big difference in this Brett Veach era. The Mike Pinnells. You're like, where would we have been without Mike Pinnell for that first Super Bowl or whatever?
Tranquil.
Yeah. I mean, there's so many just randos that you're not thinking about, and that's the makings of a good team.
Yeah, and that's a 6'6" corner who's played out of position in L.A. I was about to say San Diego last season, and he's going to be out where he should be. You've got Noah Williams, who they just drafted, and then I haven't even mentioned Joshua Williams or Najee Johnson.
Or Joshua Uche.
Well, we never mentioned him.
That's 6 guys right there. Cornerback room struggle to get 4.
Yeah, that's
and
a
most
lot.
of them don't. Yeah, 6 dudes that I don't feel terrible about having out there.
Who's yours, Dusty?
I think it's Chris Jones.
Okay.
And, I mean, the way the game's played this day is more so, I believe, up the middle with the running back game and the quarterbacks that can run the ball. Like, I love the matchup of Chris Jones versus Josh Allen. I like the matchup of Chris Jones with Lamar Jackson playing against you because he can't just drop back and then go right up the middle when everybody separates. He forces people to go outside. He makes people around him better. I think we've got about 1, maybe 2 more really good years of Chris Jones. And then after that, that's going to be a huge hole to fill. That I know the future doesn't always seem fun to think about, but when you look at the future that is coming, that maybe is without Travis Kelce, hopefully you can find, someone that is half to 3/4 of what the production was of his career in Kansas City. That'd be a win for sure. But you look at Chris Jones, man, and there's a lot of things that don't happen because of what he does in the middle of the trenches. And without him, I don't know what this team is without a solid defensive tackle.
I hate to be the person who has to replace Kelce and who has to replace Mahomes and who has to replace Chris Jones. I look at that and I go, they're probably the 3 most irreplaceable players of this era. And I'm talking both sides of the parking lot. Like, I think Salvi's to that point now where everybody likes Freddie Fermin. You've got some younger kids coming up at the minor league level at the catcher position. I think it'd be okay. People aren't going to have that, oh, he's not Salvi type of attitude when the new guy comes up. But whoever replaces Mahomes, whoever replaces Kelce, whoever replaces Chris Jones, they're always going to be compared to those guys. And they're never going to have an opportunity to be who they are because we're all going to go, Mahomes wouldn't have done that. Kelce wouldn't have done that. Jones wouldn't have done that. I would not want to be the next guy to have to replace one of those 3 in Kansas City sports. I think they're the 3 hardest, people on the field to replace. And then, sorry, Matt, you're going to have to replace Andy at some point and nobody's going to like you. But that's the way it goes, right?
Yeah, I mean, you think about what Chris Jones does to offensive lines and what he does for George Karlaftis, what, Chuck Amini can be with Chris Jones as well. So, I don't know. It'd be interesting to see. I mean, the wide receiver room, the cornerback depth, and who's like what we say yesterday, the camp battle, right? Who's going to be Q? Who's going to be CB2?
Yeah, exactly.
Who's going to go take it? And that's a good problem to have, I think, because you have a couple of names that could be that. Plus, you have young safeties in Cooks and Hicks. By the way, one's a free, one's a strong. And, then you had Chris Jones, that defensive line, plus you had the wide receiver room. Maybe this is the most balanced Chiefs team that we've ever seen in this dynasty. We'll see. 2018 was a big year offensively for Mahomes. Now he's got a big wide receiver room to maybe make those numbers even bigger. But the other side we come up to, we get to an all-century team and some audio of why somebody thinks Aaron Rodgers should be in there over Patrick Mahomes. Rings, I think, is one reason why you would go with 15 over 12. Plus, we get into one word with Mac Morey on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Kansas City Sports. 96.5 The Fan.
This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health, where we've successfully treated thousands of men for low testosterone and helped them feel like their old selves again. Please take a moment and listen to how we help this patient.
Hi, my name is John, and I've been on ED and testosterone treatment at Heartland Men's Health for the past 15 months. I could tell, I was starting to go downhill, and my wife kept telling me, well, you need to go to a clinic that'll specialize in that. And that's what eventually led me into the men's clinic here. Treatment, in my opinion, is a miracle. I was able to perform to an elevated position that, quite honestly, I never thought I'd see again. For my fellow men out there, if you're feeling that you're not up to par, I encourage you, contact Heartland Men's Health, and you will see a dramatic difference.
Thank you. It's true. Your initial appointment includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600 or go to heartlandmenshealth.com.
Numerous brands to choose from, endless options, one incredible experience. At Aristocrat Motors, we treat every driver like royalty and offer the finest luxury vehicle experience in Kansas City. Come see us today and let us roll out the red carpet for you.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I put on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Allstate's new home insurance is now better than ever. We're making getting the right home insurance that's right for you super easy with our improved online quoting tool. It explains how each coverage option works for you without the headache. Yep, you can start protecting your home in a matter of minutes. So check Allstate first for home insurance that's better than ever. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Coverage subject to terms, qualifications, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Exercising and being outside are two things I love doing almost every day. I can't imagine joint pain slowing me down. The good news is, if you do have joint pain, I've got the answer for you. QC Kinetics has over 50,000 satisfied patients in less than a decade, and everyone is getting results with no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime at all. QC Kinetics has been on the cutting edge of regenerative medicine. They use natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. Regenerative medicine used to be an alternative, and now it's mainstream. So if you love being outside and working out as much as I do, or you just love to play golf or tennis or doing everyday activities, and you don't want to live with that joint pain any longer, call my friends over at QC Kinetics. Don't let sore knees or elbows or shoulders or a back keep you from doing the things you love. Call QC Kinetics today, 816-412-6299, 816-412-6299. Off 435 in State Line and in Gladstone. It's QC Kinetics.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Kansas side, 635 southbound, very heavy past Metropolitan. You hit slowdowns, crawls down towards Shawnee Drive with 2 right lanes blocked. On the Missouri side, heading out of downtown 70, eastbound, heavy from Prospect past 18th Street. You're down to 1 lane with construction. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Mac got into our ears and said we need to get to the text, not the text line, the Twitter page, because today is Wednesday. We do our Fescoe and Dusty poll question, which we asked on the Fan 965, who should hit third in this Royals lineup, Bobby Witt Jr., Michael Garcia, or Jack Caglione. 44% say Michael Garcia should stay put. 28% say Bobby Witt Jr., 27% say Jack Caglione. So,
yeah.
The people want, the people get, and the people like, as Michael Garcia in a struggling offensive lineup at home is still wanting to be hit third by a majority of the people as of now at 7:18 in the morning. So we'll revisit that again at 8 at the top of the hour as we do every Wednesday. But there was audio yesterday, right, with Sam Munson talking about how Rodgers has had more of an impact than Mahomes for the All-Century team.
I think when you're talking, there's a difference between like who is better, who is more talented, who is,
Don't say talented. Don't say talented.
No, shut up.
Don't say talented.
There's a difference between like who has a greater degree of ability or ceiling or whatever, and who has had a greater impact over this century, which is 25 years old, but we're only going to count 5 years for one guy. Like Rodgers has had a greater impact on the 21st century NFL than Mahomes has, I would say.
Okay.
In part because he's played for the majority of it and had it, like he's been won a Super Bowl, multiple time MVP as well. Like Mahomes had incredible impact already in just a few short years.
See,
But
I think it's
those few
I
short
think it's
years are
fine.
so small compared with Rodgers.
I think it's fine to focus on a player's best 7 or 8 seasons as the main criteria because then it's like, okay, just because Aaron Rodgers was born earlier, he's going to make the team.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's how these things work. I mean, Larry Allen doesn't make the team because he was born 5 years too soon, and half of his career happened in the 90s. Like, that's just the reality of it.
So there you go. Sam Munson saying Aaron Rodgers deserves to be on the All-Century team more than Patrick Mahomes because he was born early.
He was born earlier. And so this is interesting because, semi-pro football out of focus has been my bane of existence. Again, stats and analytics are justification for losing and failure. And so he wants to put that stuff out there about Aaron Rodgers being on the all-century team over Patrick Mahomes. ESPN put out their all-century team, a quarter-century team, because we're 25 years already into this century, which is unbelievable. And they had Brady, Manning, and Mahomes as the 3 quarterbacks, and they had Breeze and Aaron Rodgers on the practice squad. And, I mean, if we're talking about the impact that somebody has had on the game of football, nobody has had a bigger impact on the overall game of football than Patrick Mahomes has had over the last, 5 to 10 years. And I totally disagree with the comment that Sam Munson of Semi-Pro Football Out of Focus said, Aaron Rodgers has had a greater impact on the NFL in the 21st century than Mahomes has. That's factually incorrect. How many people got an Aaron Rodgers haircut? First of all, how many people got an Aaron Rodgers haircut? I'd like to know the answer to that question. The answer is 0. Every kid in America wanted their hair to look like Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes also has multiple titles. Aaron Rodgers barely has one. Let me talk about jersey sales here. Patrick Mahomes has been the number 1 jersey seller in the NFL for the better part of the last decade. Has Aaron Rodgers ever been the number 1 jersey seller in the National Football League? I don't know. He's so old they don't track it back that far. What kind of international growth has occurred with Patrick Mahomes? The Kansas City Chiefs are now the guinea pig for the NFL to play in every country in the world, to play on Tuesday nights, to play on Wednesday afternoons, to play on Thursdays, to play on Fridays, to bring streaming partners in to create more revenue for the National Football League from a national standpoint. And what quarterback has had more of an impact on popular culture? Patrick Mahomes has had a great positive impact on the NFL. Aaron Rodgers has had a major negative impact on the National Football League. He's chased fans away. He's caused divisiveness. He's gotten organizations fired. I mean, the stuff that this guy has done from an impact level has been a negative impact, and he hasn't really won on the field. Patrick Mahomes has done nothing but have a positive impact, grow revenues for the league, and have an amazing positive impact on the NFL where he's made everybody around him better. Aaron Rodgers has people around him, and they want to run away because he makes organizations worse when he's part of their organization. So don't come into my kitchen, Sam, and sit here and tell me that, quote, Aaron Rodgers has had a greater impact on the NFL in the 21st century than Patrick Mahomes has, because that is factually incorrect. If you said a negative impact on the NFL, you nailed it. But from a positive impact to grow the league, to make the league better, to be the premier player, Aaron Rodgers can't hold Patrick Mahomes' jockstrap when it comes to the impact that one guy has had versus the other on the NFL over the last 25 years.
I think the unfortunate part about the conversation that he gets at is that Rodgers is now, 20 years in the NFL?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So Rodgers, when he really started playing, was in 2008. And
top-selling jersey in 2011.
Yeah, and was the MVP, Super Bowl winner, had everybody mesmerized. I mean, at the time, I was telling my friends, this is the best quarterback I've ever seen. And that was for 10 years before Mahomes was in the league. And in those 10 years, from 08, not 10 years, but I guess from 08 to 18 to when Patrick Mahomes started, Rodgers essentially missed 2 seasons. He played a half a season in 2013. He played 7 games in 2017. Threw for less than 4,000 yards just twice.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here. Yeah, just 3 times. 3 times. So I take that, and there's 1 Super Bowl in there, right?
Yep.
And then I take Mahomes's, 8 years that he has. That's all we're given. Only 7 as a starter.
Mm-hmm.
He's thrown for under 4,000 yards once. The interceptions, Rodgers has right now a career percentage-wise, he averages 1.4 interceptions, I think, per game is for his career. which is like an NFL like record. But whereas Mahomes is indicating that he could have an all-time record in the NFL is yards per game, he's trending in that as he is at 288.9 yards per game for his career. You look at their projected 17-game total, 7 seasons on Mahomes, so those numbers will drop a little bit throughout the years. But in 17 games, his career average is 4,900 yards, 37 touchdowns, and 11 interceptions. Aaron Rodgers in the 17-game average is 4,300, 34, and 8. So I don't know if that's eventually where Mahomes lands, but I don't think 43-15 will be where he lands. I think Mahomes will end his career averaging about 4,500 yards a season, which is nuts, in my opinion. But to think that Aaron Rodgers would be more impactful for a, quarter-century team since 2000, I mean, when you think about the top 3 quarterbacks since 2000 to 2025, yes, Aaron Rodgers for about 7 years was the guy that had the talent, that was doing the things that Mahomes is doing now. But when you look at what those years are for a quarter century, yes, you get to include the first 10 years that Aaron Rodgers was there that Mahomes wasn't. But you also have to include the other half where they are both there. And unfortunately, this is a matchup that we will never see 1 versus 1 unless somehow it's a playoff game this year. But the thing about it is, if you're going to recognize Aaron without Mahomes, you have to recognize Aaron with Patrick Mahomes. And with Patrick Mahomes, Mahomes has been to 5 Super Bowls. He's won 3 of them. He's never not played in the AFC Championship game, and he's won his division every year. None of that you can say about Aaron Rodgers, and I hate to be the guy that has to trump things, but in a year and a time and an era that we live in where rings and playoff wins are there, it ain't Rodgers, it's Mahomes. And that's not hate towards Rodgers. That's just logistically, statistically proven that Patrick Mahomes and basically the half end of the quarter of the century, the last 10 years, he only has 7 years starting. He has been something that we haven't seen since the other 2 names that are on the list, and Tom Brady and Peyton Manning.
Well, and the other thing, too, is Aaron Rodgers isn't a winner, and he's not a guy that really, as we've seen, makes organizations better. His last 2 years with the Jets are really going to have an impact on the way that he's viewed, because he went in there and became and showed, I should say, that he's a narcissist, and everything was about him, and meanwhile, all the collateral damage that he caused for so many people to lose their jobs because of the way that he went about his operation and the way that he went about his business, not showing up to mini camps and all this kind of stuff. Like, Aaron Rodgers is a big-time detriment to a lot of people in the NFL. And I thought the text line pointed out something, because we're talking about a greater impact on the NFL, right? The stats beside themselves. I don't care what the stats are. Aaron Rodgers could wipe the floor with Patrick Mahomes from a stat standpoint. It doesn't matter to me. He's not having the impact. And the text line brings it up. How many kids do you know that have said to you, I want to grow up and be Aaron Rodgers?
10 years ago?
But you
10
see
years
it with,
ago, yeah. I
with
mean, I was
Patrick
one of those
Mahomes.
kids.
Were you really? You
I
had
was
to
at
grow a
middle
little
school,
bit taller.
discount double check. He's on all the State Farm commercials. Like, he had a big impact,
and
man.
He was
I think
doing
you're underselling it a little bit.
He was doing the sidearm throws, and he is a winner, but he's not a winner when it matters, is I think the conversation, because Aaron Rodgers' playoff record is 11-10. Patrick Mahomes is 17-4.
I mean,
Patrick Mahomes is second all time in playoff victories.
Yeah, now he's got a lot to go, obviously.
35, but
it's
again,
nuts, but you know,
he's on pace.
Yeah.
I mean, he's halfway there, and he's only 7 years into his career.
Right.
And I don't think that's slowing down anytime soon. But Rodgers won in the regular season. Rodgers' big problem is he couldn't win in the playoffs. And he did win in the playoffs when he won the Super Bowl in 2011 or 2010, whatever it was. But they went 4-0, wild card team, the whole story. We remember that year. But after that Super Bowl win, he only won 7 more playoff games and lost 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then in 3 of those years didn't win a playoff game. So I think when you look at impact, like Mahomes being 17-4 in his first 7 years in the league, yes, is an anomaly. But to be considered great, you have to do things that are considered anomalies, like Tom Brady winning 7 Super Bowls, Peyton Manning changing the way that we see the game with 5 play calls in the huddle and picking 1 at the line of scrimmage and knowing how to win in the game and be a trailblazer. And then Patrick Mahomes coming into a league where, hey, quarterback talent's never been this good, and you're the best at it.
Yeah.
Aaron Rodgers, I'm not taking anything away from him. For his first 7 years of his career, like Mahomes, it was him. He was the show. It was, this guy's never out of it. He's hitting Hail Mary passes to win games. He's falling on his side, hitting a window that you didn't think was open. So, yeah, Aaron Rodgers was there. But when you have to add the first half of his career and then add in Mahomes, Mahomes is absolutely way over the top of what he's ever done.
And from a financial standpoint as well, too, TV networks are battling and fighting and changing their rules and adding streaming services, and the Chiefs are always the first ones that appear on this. TV networks will fight over the Kansas City Chiefs. They were not fighting over the Green Bay Packers. They were not that draw that the Kansas City Chiefs are. And I don't want to hear Green Bay is a small market. Market size doesn't matter in the NFL, okay? It has no impact on anything in the National Football League from a TV standpoint. All these TV networks and streaming services are coming on board are saying, we will come on board and do this if you give us Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs. Ask Peacock about the playoff game. Ask Netflix about Christmas Day. Ask Amazon Prime, as we were the first team to be showcased on that. Ask NBC Sunday Night Football. All these networks, they want Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs. That's an impact that you're having on the league. You know, putting up numbers is great, but having that impact, having that legacy, changing what this league is all about, Patrick Mahomes, man, he's number one on that list.
Because somebody asked me on the text line, so Dustin, so that's fun. You're telling me you're telling your friends that Rodgers was a better quarterback than Brady or Peyton Manning. Talented-wise, yes. What Rodgers could do, those two could never do. And that's a fact.
Yeah, he was the most skilled quarterback of all time until Patrick Mahomes.
He was what I would
entered
consider
the
like
planet.
a five-tool baseball player. He was a five-tool quarterback. He was mobile. He had the arm. He had the brains. He could drive. He could clock management. He had all the tools that a quarterback has. Tom Brady, very, very talented. Not a very mobile quarterback. Peyton Manning, very talented. Not very mobile. What made Aaron Rodgers was the improvisation that he could do, and now we have seen the best improvisational quarterback that is Patrick Mahomes. So yes, at the time when Rodgers was in the league, he was more talented than Tom Brady and Peyton Manning, 100%.
But wasn't a better winner than Tom Brady.
No one ever has been.
Right, no one has been, and nobody is right now. Patrick Mahomes is the only guy that can even get close to Tom Brady when you're talking about who is a winner. And so Aaron Rodgers, very, very, he's like Alex Rodriguez, the other A-Rod, right? Like really, really talented, really, really good. Total loser when it matters most.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know, man. Like, I just always wanted to see Mahomes versus Rodgers, but we can dive into that a bit later. But, Matt, go ahead and dive into your thing.
One word.
First name is Blake, and he goes on a cruise. He goes on a Caribbean cruise.
Katie Holmes.
No. Ah!
Are you listening?
What's your least favorite thing about working with yourself?
Body odor. You get one word.
On the count of three, name your favorite dinosaur. 1, 2, 3. Velociraptor.
This is one word on Fescoe and Dusty.
Well, we've got more stuff from Rodgers, but Bob, you mentioned Brady and how Mahomes is the only one even on that sort of echelon, on that sort of track to maybe passing him. Well, let's listen to Brady. I think he agrees.
Who do you feel has the biggest opportunity in today's game to possibly duplicate a version of history? Like, do you feel?
Oh, Patrick.
Patrick, do you like Patrick?
Sure. Well, I just think Patrick, I love his mentality. And he's a guy that I see so. The great players that I play with, Patrick has their mentality.
Okay.
He has a will to win. He's got a desire every time he takes the field to be a great leader. And even more than his physical skill, what I always do with the guys, I listen to what they say all the time. I listen to what they say after they win. I listen to what they say after they lose. I listen to how they communicate to their teammates and stuff. So it's just everything he says is the right thing. It's like I think, okay, how would I answer that? And then he answers it in a very similar way. And that's what I really appreciate, because I know he's really connected with his teammates. So he's got a great organization, and he's got a great coach, great general manager, great ownership, and they've got the parts around him. So I think he still has the best chance to succeed.
Correct is my word. Yeah, correct. Everything that he said there is why Patrick Mahomes had a bigger impact than Aaron Rodgers. I mean, Patrick Mahomes is win at all costs, play at all costs, go out there, fight through, battle. Like, that's the guy you want on your team. Hell yeah, Tom Brady, let's go.
I thought that was very informative. And the best part about it was when he would ask him questions, and then he said he'd answer them the same way that I would.
I would. Yeah.
Like that. Like, people asked me about how Shedeur Sanders fell, and I said a lot of people said what the response was that they give him the situational setting, and he would be like, yeah, I'll go here. And they're like, no, dude, that safety moves up. That'd be an interception. They'd ask him again, be like, nope, he's over here. You need to be, clock's going to run out. Whereas, like, when Mahomes was asked those questions, like, all right, you know, it's it's Naxter and it's Reedster, and they're all in the room, and they're like, all right, what did you hear? And like Mahomes answers it, and all of a sudden they look over each other like, okay, this guy has got it. So it was informative that Tom Brady would say that. Plus, Tom's smart.
Yep.
Like, he knows what there is. He knows his rings are probably safe, I would think. But he knows that Mahomes is that dude that, does things a little bit better than he did. And if he had the other skills that Mahomes did, God knows what we'd have seen with Tom Brady even more so.
I mean, it's nice to finally see somebody this offseason not think Mahomes is the worst quarterback in the NFL, like a lot of people are trying to say, like he's fallen off and all this kind of stuff and blah, blah, blah. Tom Brady's like, no, Patrick's still the guy. Losses happen in your career. You're not going to win every one, right?
And Brady's got Mahomes by the throat, man.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just, you'll never beat me. I beat you twice in the playoffs.
Yep.
Once in the Super Bowl, once at your house in the NFC Championship.
Right.
Yeah.
Scoreboard, man.
Yeah.
Like, Tom Brady has scoreboard over everybody in the National Football League from here to eternity because nobody's ever going to beat Tom Brady in the
It's kind of like the same discussion Jordan and Kobe had. Like, Kobe was great and an amazing basketball player, but Jordan always used to be like, yeah, good luck, man. You look up there. Check it out.
It's Jordan and LeBron is what it is.
And then Eli walks through the door and Tom's like, son of a gun.
yeah, exactly.
Twice!
One word Aaron Rodgers said, this is probably his last season. He also said you won't see much of him when he's retired, even though he just tried to become a game show host like 2 days ago. But one word on Aaron Rodgers, this probably being his last year.
Laughable. Laughable to the point of you won't hear from him after retirement because you're right. Like, he was auditioning to be the host of Jeopardy while he was still playing.
Just had a documentary out about it.
Again, Aaron Rodgers is narcissistic. Narcissistic people always need to be in the spotlight and make it about them. So something will happen and Aaron Rodgers will insert himself into the story. I love the fact that I think it's TMZ, Page 6, whoever now, has gone to every state marriage records and they can't find a marriage license for this guy too.
Love it.
Predictable?
Yep.
Isn't that why Terry Bradshaw was pissed at the Steelers convention where he told him to eat bark?
Yeah.
He's like, you're going to do all this for a guy who's going to play 1 year? Like, he's not going to be here after this. Like, why would you go through all this trouble for a guy that's just going to have one last ride? And then, of course, I mean, I'd have been more shocked if his wife joined the show instead of him saying he'd have had a year left on his contract or in his career. By the way, have we seen her yet?
No.
Okay.
She may not exist. OKC had their parade last night yesterday for their championship, yesterday morning, really, for their first championship in franchise history. Aaron Wiggins, who was a great role player, came up clutch for them multiple times, had a pretty hype speech. I want you guys to listen to it and give your one word on it.
I came in as the 55th pick in the 2021 draft. In my rookie season, we won 24 games. 24 games. But the best part about coming from that year is that the same people in this arena today celebrating this championship were the same people there when we were winning 24 games. It was the point where they tried to call us the black hole of the NBA. Boo. But 4 years later, when they mentioned the Thunder organization, when they mentioned Clay Bennett, when they mentioned Sam Presti, when they mentioned Mark Daigneault, and every single one of you in this arena, they gotta mention you as NBA champs.
Yeah, right.
And that's it.
That was Aaron Wiggins.
Andrew's brother?
Yeah, is that Andrew's brother?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
But that was Aaron Wiggins, man. Pretty cool.
One word for him, for that, Gomes.
Yeah, it was, I mean, you got to have that guy, right?
Yeah.
Hype, I think would be the one word. I mean, it wasn't Chet Holmgren, let me lock in. Poor guy. Kind of fumbled when he was going to try to give the...
Did he stand on top of the bus? How big that bus was with him on top?
It's unbelievable what those boys did.
Yeah, it was, you got to have the hype guy. You got to have the guy that gets the whole crowd shook up. I mean, there was like 8,000 people at that parade yesterday. I don't blame him, man. 106 degrees in Oklahoma City on a Tuesday afternoon. I'll watch on TV. I hate large crowds. But, like Max said, that was a KC team that had been here for 20 years and won a title. Yeah, we'd all be there shirtless and sunburned.
Heck
Yeah, no, there was a good crowd there yesterday.
Yeah.
Depending on what's where they were showing the cameras. I saw big, massive crowds. I saw some smaller ones and certain parts of the parade route as well. But it's also a small town, guys. They don't have 1 million people living down there. There may be 400,000 people in that city, 500,000 people in that city. If they were all at the parade yesterday, then everybody showed up.
Yeah, it's
it was awesome.
It's unbelievable what those boys did.
Savannah
It's
Bananas
unbelievable
Road.
what they did.
No doubt about it. Johnny Gomes, I remember that one. Good Lord, did he steal the show. Coming up on the other side, how the Chiefs season will end. We'll ask you. We'll get to the numbers of what the gamblers are saying as well. On 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
Hey, it's Vinny Pasquantino, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you, my friend Dawn Sharp is awesome. Saw her on HGTV the other night on House Hunters, and I'm like, man, Dawn Sharp is everywhere. And Dawn Sharp literally is everywhere, even if you're hundreds of miles away from your home. When selling your biggest financial asset, you can't leave it to a beginner. You need a true expert, and that's exactly what you'll get when you work with Dawn Sharp and her team. Carolyn faced this exact challenge when she needed to sell her home after already moving out of town. She reached out to Dawn Sharp, and as Carolyn put it, they handled everything for us. And that's what Dawn Sharp does for everybody. And the Sharp Homes team can give you options as well. Do you want to skip the showings and open houses and go straight to sold? Well, contact them to discuss their instant offer program. In fact, contact the only agent I would trust if I needed to sell my home. It's Dawn Sharp with the Sharp Homes team, brokered by Epic Realty. You can Google them, Sharp Homes Team. Sharp Homes Team on Google, and you can find out so much about them. 210 five-star Google reviews. Figure out why in the last 12 months they've sold over 150 homes when the average agent sells 4 homes per year. So check them out at Google. You can Google them at Sharp Homes Teams. It's Dawn Sharp and the Sharp Homes team.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEBNOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I put on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Allstate's new home insurance is now better than ever. We're making getting the right home insurance that's right for you super easy with our improved online quoting tool. It explains how each coverage option works for you without the headache. Yep, you can start protecting your home in a matter of minutes. So check Allstate first for home insurance that's better than ever. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Coverage subject to terms, qualifications, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
It's almost Andy Reid. When I landed in KC, I started doing commercials, the whole playbook. That's how I teamed up with Renner Garage Store. For nearly 70 years, Renner has been serving KC with the latest styles, top brands like Delden, Amar, and LiftMaster, and the trusted service of a family-owned team. Get your free estimate today, and if you're looking for work, Renner's hiring installers with paid training. RENNER forward and back.
RENNER, RENNER.
0% financing is back at Reiselman Nissan. 0% APR for 5 full years on both Nissan Rogue and Pathfinder. Or choose 1.9% for 72 months or even 3.49% APR for 84 months. Bought your last car at 6, 7, even 8% interest, trade it in and drive off in a brand new Nissan and lower your monthly payment. Plus, get up to $6,000 in rebates on the rugged Nissan Frontier. And don't miss 1.9% APR for 60 months on the sleek and powerful Murano. No one in Kansas City has a better selection. Visit Reiselman.com for details. Reiselman Nissan. Every customer, every time.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Kansas side 635 southbound, solid from Kansas Avenue down past Shawnee Drive with an accident blocking 2 right lanes. Missouri side 70 eastbound heading out of downtown, very heavy from Woodland out to 18th Street where construction has you down to 1 lane. Allen Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
Not a lot of things will be on the top of my list of cringe because I'm just a weirdo. But I don't know if you saw this yesterday, but Skip Bayless and his wife sat on. You did? Okay.
I didn't watch it. I saw it, and there was something creepy I felt like, and I'm like, pass.
Skip Bayless and his wife sat on a couch in their living room while their dog, a poodle, sat on their lap as they discussed their hall passes and named the celebrities they'd let slide.
That's what it was, yeah.
I mean, can we figure out who Skip? Stop playing Skip. Can we figure out who his slides were? Because if he doesn't say people like Celine Dion, not Selena Gomez, that'd be weird. Salma Hayek, people like that. Jane Seymour, those are 3 of mine. But like
Jane Seymour.
What?
Really?
Yes.
That's just a weird, odd one.
Kitty Cat from Wedding Crashers?
Yeah,
absolutely.
Wow.
Dr.
Right.
Quinn, Medicine Woman?
Yeah.
My arm, it's broken.
Yeah. It's like that was just like that's a sticker shock one for me. Jane Seymour. I'm like, well, I wasn't expecting that.
Oh, I take her to Green Lady Lounge and bring her back to downtown Lee Summit.
All right. I just wasn't expecting
Google
that one.
search her. Look what she's beautiful. Celine Dion, that too. Martha Stewart, sign them up, man. Cougar Chow. That's Mac's nickname. I can't take that, but that was just something that was weird that I saw when it came to the announcing that on a couch.
Yeah, that was weird.
Honey, who do you want to sleep with? That's a celebrity. All right, where do I start?
My wife and I have absolutely had those conversations.
Sure.
I mean, I'm sure you guys have had those conversations. They're fun conversations to have, right?
Yeah.
And of course, my answer is, Jen, there's nobody else for me other than you.
All right,
B. Arthur.
I
just want to win, Jen. So any close to a widow that has a will, I'm interested in.
and that's when Bob's like trying to be the nice guy out, play it right, and then Jen comes back. She's like, "All right, so Travis Kelce,
right? Travis Kelce, Shamar Moore, and whoever else is on the list.
Kurt Nelson.
Yeah, Kurt Nelson. No, Kurt Nelson is. Yeah, he's got to take over if I ever go away. He's the new dad.
Guy.
Yeah,
all right.
Win, Jen.
I can't find the list. I was trying to find.
You don't need to. Don't ruin your life. Because God forbid who he'd say. But
Skip Bayless, you're talking about?
Yeah,
nobody watched that, did they, to find out who was on the list? Because I saw the headline. I'm like, nope.
The first comment I saw was like, "Wait, why did I watch this whole video?"
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
Why did you?
Why
do that
did
to
you?
yourself?
Yeah. Hey, kudos to his wife though for having some fun with it. I'll give her that.
We got some help on the text line. Skip's number 1 was Laura Ingalls Wilder from Little House on the Prairie. Well done.
That is really good. I like that.
Somebody says Dusty sounds a lot younger than his taste in girls. I just,
But that's why I was like Dusty likes 20-year-olds, and then he goes Jane Seymour. I'm like, that's my wheelhouse.
My number ones. I was just comparing where Skip should be in life as opposed to women. I was like, these women are also still like, what's her name? Stifler's mom?
Oh, yeah.
100%. She's 61.
Yeah, what is her name?
Coolidge?
Jennifer Coolidge.
Yeah.
We should know because she says it in every commercial.
Yeah, she does.
Because nobody knows who she is other than Stifler's mother. When you're on a TV commercial, people can see, you don't see Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes say, "Hi, I'm Andy Reid. Hi, I'm Patrick Mahomes," right? But nobody knows who she is other than Stifler's mom. So she has to get out with White Lotus, obviously, but she has to go out there and say, "Hi, I'm Jennifer Coolidge."
Yeah. I mean, obviously it's, my top 3 would probably be like Harley Quinn or AKA Margot Robbie, Kay Adams, Paige Sporanic. That's like, now we're in
right. And then you came out there with Jane Seymour. That's why I threw
She's hot, man.
Robbie is Harley Quinn or in Wolf of Wall Street?
Yeah.
Yes.
Sure, dude.
Yes.
Like, Wolf of Wall Street's what won me over. But yeah, I mean, that's just where we're at. But there are odds out there for the Kansas City Chiefs season. How will it end? To miss the playoffs is plus 300. To lose in the divisional round is plus 325. Same as the wild card round. Losing the conference championship would be plus 575 to win the Super Bowl. Kansas City Chiefs right now plus 700. To lose in the Super Bowl plus 950. Man, I don't like these odds. I don't like doing like the will they miss it or will they make it? Will they lose in this round or this round? I mean, I think history would tell you take them all the way to win the AFC, right?
Yeah, I mean, you do. Yeah, you take them. You take them to get to the Super Bowl every single year. If you're the Chiefs, I like how it's 3-1 though to miss the playoffs. Like you could win some money on that, right?
Yeah.
Because chances are they're probably not going to miss the postseason in this one. But I think the smart bet is to win the Super Bowl at plus 700, 7-1. I don't think there is a reason, and people can say what they want about where they feel the offensive line may be and some of the things that are out there right now, with the team that you may not feel 100% about. But I'll tell you this right now, as long as Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid are teaming up every year, I'm going to bet this team to win the Super Bowl until I am told otherwise, right? Because every year since they've been together, they've done nothing but reach the AFC Championship game and make a run at a championship. And so I think that's the smart bet in all of this is to win the Super Bowl at plus 700. That's at 7-1. What do you guys think about that one? Is that the best feeling bet for you guys?
I mean, to win the Super Bowl, yeah, I mean, that's good odds. Obviously, it gives you a lot to cheer about throughout the entire year. I don't know, man. I mean, what are they to win the AFC? Probably like plus 550 or something like that. Because probably them, Baltimore, Buffalo, I would think are the top three teams.
I bet the Chiefs are third because to win the Super Bowl, they're third.
Behind
Buffalo
and Baltimore?
Yeah, they're the two favorites.
Yeah, Philadelphia's not even ahead of them anymore.
They're tied
right?
tied
with the Eagles.
Yeah, tied with the Eagles.
Yeah.
Yep.
They don't even have the best team on Madden.
Right. Plus 950 to lose in the Super Bowl, though.
Yeah, I would honestly, I mean, I agree with you, Bob. If I'm betting on just one,
I would hedge that.
I would win the Super Bowl.
I would pick them to win, pick them to lose.
Pick them to win, pick them
exactly.
to lose. Yeah.
I was about to say, I'd bet on all three of these. Lose in conference championship, win Super Bowl, lose Super Bowl. You bet on all three of those, no matter what, you'll make money. Because one of those is going to happen.
Yeah.
One of the three of those, right?
Yeah, one of those three should happen. I mean, obviously, with what they've shown us over the last decade,
so,
right?
According to DraftKings, Philadelphia, Buffalo, Baltimore, all three tied as the favorite to win the Super Bowl at plus 650. Chiefs are plus 800. Division winner, we don't want that. We want conference winner. Loading. Buffalo, Baltimore are the top two at plus 330. The Chiefs are at plus 400 to win the AFC. Money there, obviously.
Yeah.
Throw 20, win 80.
Yeah,
right?
Like that.
Yeah, I like that at 4-1 to win the AFC. I mean, what has Buffalo and Baltimore proven? And I understand how the betting lines work. They're trying to get money, from all sides, so they end up not losing their shirt by everybody loading up on one team. But if you're looking at it from a football standpoint, what tells you right now that Buffalo and Baltimore should be considered a team to win the AFC before the Chiefs? Like, what out there is telling you, other than you're tired of the Chiefs and the Chiefs fatigue, which I did see some people talking about, and that is legit. I think in any sport, you get Duke fatigue, you get Yankee fatigue, you get Chiefs fatigue. We had Patriot fatigue, for all those years. And so I think when you get into that type of situation, people do get that fatigue, and maybe that's why they want to pick these other teams, or they just feel like it's time for somebody else to go out there and win.
Right.
But until the Chiefs prove it that they're not that team to go out there and win, I just don't see how they're not the favorite every single year to go to the Super Bowl out of the AFC.
Yeah, Buffalo has the best odds to win their division at minus 260, obviously. The Ravens minus 145, Chiefs minus 120 to win the AFC West. I thought it was interesting if you look at the AFC, because what the NFL is basically telling us is that it is another year of Chiefs, Ravens, and Bills, right? Like that seems to be the window of the AFC, because after the Chiefs at plus 400 to win the AFC Championship game, Bengals at 950, plus 950, and then it's the Chargers and the Broncos at plus 1,200.
Yeah.
And before the Aaron Rodgers signing, the Steelers were at plus 1,900 to win the AFC Championship game after Aaron Rodgers was signed. They're plus 1,900.
Yes, to the exact same, yeah.
It's 2 days.
Because I think they were factoring in those odds all along with Aaron Rodgers being there as the quarterback of this team. But, Buffalo hasn't proven that they can win when it matters most. Baltimore still hasn't proven that they can win when it matters most. And there's something to be said for that. I mean, we can relate it back to the Royals here for a second. Playoff football is like hitting with runners in scoring position. Until you prove that you can do it, you can't. And that's kind of where I am with the Royals. Until they can prove that they can hit with runners on base, they can't. And until Buffalo and Baltimore prove that they can win those big-time moments, those big-time games, and knock off the Chiefs, they can't. And so you can't come in here and say, well, it's their time, it's their turn. Based on what? People don't. There's not a sign-up sheet. Okay, 2027, White Sox win the World Series. Chiefs get this in 2018. It doesn't work that way, right? Like, that's not something that works, and that's not how you do it. So, just don't tell me that they're ready and it's their turn. And for the Cincinnati apologists, those folks out there that think that's a good team, who's playing defense for them? Is Trey Hendrickson signed yet? Do we know?
Let me ask you this here, guys, on the Chiefs' regular season wins. What do you feel more comfortable putting $50 on? Seriously,
okay.
$50. Over 11.5 wins at plus 100, or over 13.5 at plus 370.
Oh, well, over the 11.5, obviously. Who you feel more comfortable? It's easier to attain that. Yeah. But I would throw the 50 on plus, the 13, because that's a better number, obviously, better return on investment, and I think 17-0. So, but the better, obviously, if you want to ensure yourself that you're going to get something in return, 11.5 I would take.
Yeah, because winning under 12 games for the Chiefs, that's rare.
Yeah, that was 17 games, and
especially with that,
yeah.
Exactly, and with the fact that it's a tight division. There's not going to be many games where the Chiefs can take off. A Week 18 game may even matter this season.
It may matter this season. Yeah, you're absolutely right about that. Or it may not.
Or it may not
if
at
they
all.
run the table and do what we're expecting them to do, then you're 16-0 going into that final week of the season. Well, then you do play your guys. It may matter from that standpoint.
I'm going down a dangerous rabbit hole on DraftKings right now, because now I've seen player to have 4,500 or more passing yards in the regular season. Patrick Mahomes plus 350. You said it's the best wide receiver he's had.
Plus 350.
Plus 350.
Hammer that
4,500.
Do it.
I would hammer
that's
that
your $50.
Yeah.
That's your $50.
That's your $50 bet.
Yeah, there it is.
Did we just come up with a new bit? Where do you put the 50?
We got more of it coming in Max Chiefs question. We'll talk division odds and Super Bowl odds.
Look at this guy.
Wow, look at you.
It's not Mac Morey. It's Jay Billis and how he nailed it here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your new home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
If you're trying to get through your daily activities and you're noticing you can't because you're focusing more on your pain than being able to enjoy the moment, those are the patients that we're looking to treat, because we can make a difference.
That's Dr. Ashley Caravelli, a medical director for QC Kinetics.
What we're doing at QC Kinetics is offering treatments that help with joint preservation. We use cutting-edge technology in our in-house lab to harness your body's natural healing powers and target the areas where you need them the most.
These are regenerative, non-surgical treatments, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader, delivering lasting relief to tens of thousands of patients.
What we do know is that the sooner we start treatment, the sooner you'll see relief.
So don't wait another minute. See if you're a good candidate for these non-surgical treatments for joint pain. The consultation is completely free.
Call QC Kinetics, 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. 816-412-6299.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
The technicians you can trust with your house keys. Anthony Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric.
Stay comfortable year-round with expert HVAC installation done right the first time. Enjoy a new HVAC system starting at $150 a month. Schedule your consultation today at anthonyphce.com.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Brought to you by Connolly Plumbing Solutions, your neighborhood plumber. Call 913-768-7676 or ConnollyPlumbingSolutions.com. Heading towards downtown, 169 highway southbound gets heavy at the airport exit and stays very slow all the way down onto I-35 past I-70. It's summer, time for yard work and watering this month. Connolly Plumbing Solutions is offering a replacement outside faucet with access for only $399. Visit ConnollyPlumbingSolutions.com or call 913-768-7676 to schedule. Alan Carr, 96.5.
You're listening to the all-new 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports. KFNZ FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station.
I'm loving it. Well, hello, everybody. Happy Wednesday.
That's right. Happy Wednesday, 8 o'clock here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports. Quick shout out to my buddy Tyler. He says he needs a shout out for Madeline Asher and the Lee Summit Lady Royals. They won an extra innings last night. They play for the championship game tonight, led by Coach Aaron Emery, a.k.a. the Lakewood legend. Go win the title tonight, Mr. Asher, and your team and your Lady Lee Summit Royals. Congrats on that. But we asked the poll question earlier today. I can't believe it's already been an hour since we revisited it. But we asked you, the fans, 913-586-7965. You can go to our X page. It's the Fan 965. We asked, who do you want to see hit third in this Royals lineup? Because yesterday, a lot of people said they want to see Bobby move down to third, Michael Garcia go to the second spot. Bob had mentioned he had seen Mark DeRosa on MLB Networks. They put Caglione at third. So we asked Bobby Wood Jr., Michael Garcia, Jack Caglione, who should hit third for the Royals lineup. 254 votes later, 44.9% running away with Michael Garcia as the guy hitting third. So still have 2 more hours to give us your results on that. But who do you want to see hit third in this Royals lineup? Bobby Wood Jr., Michael Garcia, or Jack Caglione? Be interesting to see if Cags. By the way, he got a new haircut last night.
Oh, we're at that point of the season. Well, I mean, they came home and, the barber's here and you get the haircut.
It's also 117 degrees and having that thick Italian mullet's going to be a little bit hot in this game. Yeah. I mean, I know he's a Florida kid, but still.
It doesn't matter. This heat is
here.
Heat.
It's already, 88 degrees outside?
Yeah, it's nuts. I mean, it's not as humid, obviously, as Florida and muggy, but still, it's nasty out there right now. So you want to have a short haircut.
So Jay Billis, right? Pretty intelligent guy. I think he's a lawyer. I think he has his law degree.
Yeah, he's a lawyer, yeah.
He says, I don't feel badly saying that the NBA is a better basketball product than college.
Yeah, he's right about that. He's absolutely 100% right about that. And that's been an old debate, at least in these parts, for decades since, I was in college. College basketball is better than the NBA.
They play defense in college.
Yeah,
they just don't hit shots at a better rate.
They can't shoot in college. And that's exactly what Jay Billis said. He said, basically, nobody in college basketball can hit a shot. I've been telling you guys that forever now. Like, watching college basketball is brutal. There's zero basketball IQ, and nobody's that good, but yet everybody takes three-point shots. The difference is in the NBA, everybody takes three-point shots, and pretty much everybody hits their shots in the NBA. Like, if you're sitting there watching these games side by side and you think college is a better basketball product than the NBA, then you're blind, because it's not on any level a better product. Is there pageantry in college that you don't have in the pros? Sure. Is there fun and chants and celebrations and cool arenas and things like that in college? Yes. Is the tournament fun? You bet, but that's not college basketball. But if you're talking brand for brand, game for game, pound for pound, there is no debating that the NBA is a much better, by far, product than what college basketball can roll out there. And coming from Jay Billis, who's the second biggest cheerleader for college basketball behind Dick Vitale, That's saying a lot, and it should mean a lot more to a lot of people. And college basketball should kind of figure out ways to make its game better, yet they're adding challenges in, which are just going to prolong the college basketball game. Now, we should get an expanded tournament coming up here pretty quick, but that doesn't make the product any better that we're rolling out there. I just think the product, the actual game playing of college basketball, is at an all-time low, and we're watching a draft tonight. Everybody knows Cooper Flagg's going number 1. You know, 2 kids from Rutgers may get drafted. Name their names and anybody else in college basketball at this point in time. And Jay Billis nailed it, man. I agree with everything Jay Billis said about college basketball versus the NBA.
And I really enjoyed how he talked about kind of announcing the NBA and how he noticed a different rhythm with the pace of play. And he was also like, it's more conversational. When I'm commentating an NBA game, it's me and Doris Burke and Mike Breen having a conversation about basketball. And then he talks about in college, every play we have to dissect it on the TV. And he's saying, I don't know if the viewers want that. And Jay Billis is saying, I don't even know if I want that. And if Jay Billis, basketball guru, isn't wanting to dissect every play, I'm sure as hell not wanting to listen to that.
Yeah, and that's the difference between, you know, what ESPN and TNT have become when it comes to basketball, which is why we love the TNT product, because it's a more relaxed product. It's more inviting. It's more welcoming for me, the very casual basketball fan. I feel like I'm invited to the conversation when I listen to Shaq and Charles and those guys, you know, talk about the NBA. When I listen to the ESPN side of thing, I was like, oh, they're yelling at each other, and it's not for me. It's not my taste. I don't need to break down, you know. Yeah, exactly. Like, everybody's screaming at each other, and they're talking about, like, stats. I don't need any of that. Invite me into your home. I think more broadcasts should be like that, like baseball. I've been saying for years, baseball on the radio and even baseball on TV truly needs to be a talk show, and then there's a game going on in the background, because that's more entertaining. Nobody needs to live and die on the 3-2 pitch in the first inning and stuff like that. It should be more conversational. It should be more about the bigger topics and things that are going on than over-analyzing every single play of the game.
The NBA draft tonight, as Cooper Flagg will be announced number 1 overall to the Dallas Mavericks, where Kyrie Irving had said yesterday, I'm out. I'm not going to pick up my option, right? Or is he staying? I can't remember.
He signed an extension, I believe.
Oh, he signed? Okay, I thought he opted out of his
$119 million, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah,
I thought it said he opted out of his team option.
Well, maybe he opted out of what he should have had, and then they signed him to a new type of contract.
Yeah.
You know, that happens.
I mean, because you're the basketball super fan here of the show. I'm a fan. I'm not a super fan. Like, I don't have NBA courtside TV or whatever it is, NBA Central, whatever you have it. And have you been entertained more in the last 4 days of the NBA offseason, or were you more entertained in the NBA Finals?
No, it's got to be the offseason.
Because you've got Boston going nuts, so you're a little biased there. Right, because they're dropping their tax. They're trying to get in the tier 2. They're trying to get rid of people.
New ownership's fun, isn't it?
Jaylen Brown might be. Well, they also lost their superstar for a year.
Yeah.
Why try to be competitive and just go get a good pick
Smart
next year?
move, yep.
Kevin Durant news, and now we have the NBA draft tonight. I think that's
and the Knicks
why,
still don't have a coach.
And I think that's why the NBA, it was an entertaining series in the finals. Whether you want to admit it or not, between 2 small market teams, it was entertaining. It went to Game 7. It was the most viewed game since 2016.
Yeah, I think so.
For the NBA.
Yeah.
And then we just get to skip right over to guys being like, I'm out. I want to play somewhere different. All of a sudden, this guy goes here. The movement is there. College basketball.
Even Tawana Bonner says she wants out of Indiana now. It's not a good fit for her. So the WNBA is making news.
I did see Pardon My Take guys had a really good take. They said the Indiana Pacers should try to draft Caitlin Clark late in the second round. Just announce it. They're so funny sometimes.
That's awesome.
But no, I think the thing that's interesting about college basketball is that we don't have, like, Chuck and Shaq and Kenny, I probably take more credible than Stephen A. Smith, because obviously these guys played it. They're legends of the game. They're more, I guess, more intelligent when it comes to their takes about the game. They do criticize it, but not to a point where it's terrible, it's wrong, it's bad. And if they did, it'd be okay because of the clout that they carry. You have Jay Billis, who is about to be the voice of college basketball with Dick Vitale slowly but surely like phasing out of his role. Obviously going to come back and do it this year, but not to the extent that he had been before. And you'd mentioned Vitale and Billis are basically the mouthpieces of college basketball.
Yeah.
And when your mouthpiece is out here every single college basketball Saturday saying these games take too long, they're behind, and he's an educated individual, right? Played on those Krzyzewski teams in the 90s at Duke. So he's got that sort of when college basketball was there.
Yeah.
I mean, I
yes.
still remember, like, when again, my dad, huge KU fan, when KU was getting ready to play, it was like, we got to be home, we got to be here, and we got to be on the couch. It's going to be Jock Vaughn and these guys, it's the best team I've ever seen. And it was more than just that. It was watching the Big Eight, watching Mizzou. It was huge. And Billis was a part of that. And Billis has gotten older and maybe a little bit more crankier, but he's hip. He understands the game. They still go to him on the major shows. As Scott Van Pelt still brings him in all the time. He used to do the coaches that would walk the court. He is the mouthpiece of the sport. And he's telling you, as an individual that knows this educationally wise, your sport is dead and dying and gross and just it's a mess. And you're not listening.
Right.
All you care about is extending more teams in the playoff field so you can get more money. But it doesn't make the sport better.
Right.
And you're playing two halves. The games are too long. They're taking too long on reviews.
The final 2 minutes are a half hour, and that's brutal for anybody.
And not only that, but you have the G League.
Yeah.
You have players be like, I'm not doing that. Now, NIL will help this.
Sure.
Right? Like 2 of the top 3 picks in the draft tonight will come from Rutgers, so nobody knows who they are. Unless you're a diehard basketball fan that's followed the draft. Rutgers went 15 and 17, but these kids played in college for a couple of years or a year to make money in NIL. But again, the sport is at a point where it's just like you watch it, you want to tell yourself it's a great game, but you've got to tell yourself that the only way you're doing that is when it comes to conference tournaments and the tournament.
Well, and that's why I always say college basketball and the tournament are completely different. It's baseball and football to me. It's a completely different beast. The tournament's great. It's fun, right? Everybody loves that. The rest of college basketball can go kick rocks. It's just not a very entertaining product and really hasn't been. And you know, I woke up during COVID and realized I'm not missing college basketball. When we got rid of the tournament, I'm like, that's fine by me. I'm not missing it. And I realized that then it's just not aesthetically pleasing. It's not an easy sport to watch. And, you know, Dusty, you make a really good point when you say they're not listening. And I can't help but think about baseball and how they did listen to the fans. They sped up the game. They gave you the ghost runner in extra innings.
Yep.
They limit the amount of time you can throw over to pitch to first base. You've got the pitch clock in there. And games now in Major League Baseball are about 30 minutes less than an average NFL game.
Because they listen.
That's right. They listen, right? Like, even the NFL listens, right? People complained about overtime for the fans. I never was an overtime complainer. I hate the rule being changed. But most fans wanted it changed. They listened to their fans.
And they're not going to do everything that we want, but at least they, like the tush push, right? I don't know if that was fans, maybe some. A lot of coaches, they listened, it failed, it's not happening. Overtime rules, they listened once, they're like, no. And then it happened again, they're like, you know what, maybe they're onto something. Let's try it and see if we can cause a little chaos. And guess what? Chaos sells, man.
It does.
Does it ever.
It does. And so listen to your fans and give them what they want. And I think college basketball fans are kind of to that point now where we're done with 2 20-minute halves. We're done with the final 2 minutes taking 30 to 45 minutes in real time. We're done with the amount of reviews that happen on, and that's the other thing. In college basketball, I mean, it's Loyola versus Belmont on a Tuesday in February, and we're reviewing every last possession of a game that is irrelevant. Like, why? Why do we need to continue to do that? And then, and it's not just about that. It's about the low basketball IQ out there. These kids that are playing today do not understand the game, and they're just hoisting three-point shot after three-point shot after three-point shot, and they're missing 95% of these things.
We need more fundamentals off the glass.
Hey, seriously, it works. It scores points and
more
wins
mid-range
games.
jumpers. We need shorter shorts.
Yeah.
At least 2 years in college basketball. You should be able to come out straight out of high school. If you go to college, you have to spend 2 years there.
And that would help as well. But the NIL is just going to make things even more murky, and you're never going to have those teams that people want, right? You're never going to have that anymore. You're never going to have the Jock Vaughn-led teams, right?
I think 2 years would help.
I like the idea of the contract with NIL, though.
I do too.
I like that. I like that rumor getting kicked around. Hey, you want this NIL deal for $4.5 million? All right, you need to stay here for 2 years. You leave, you lose the deal after a year.
Absolutely. Okay. Yeah. No, I think it's really good. You should have buyouts as well if another university wants you. I mean, let's make this whole thing full pro on. Let's go. I mean, let's do it.
Mac, are your plums burning? Are you ready to ask that burning question because we're 73 days away? Plus, we look at some other divisional odds here on Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports. I know that I'm hard.
Hey, it's Matt Quattrero, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
When you stay in your home, what you love gets to stay too. From the gardens that grow wild to the grandkids that run wilder. From the Friday night baseball games to the Sunday morning brunches. Even the daily crosswords and weekly book clubs. There's room for it all with help from Home Instead, the largest in-home senior care network with over 30 years of trusted experience delivering the peace of mind you deserve. Visit Home Instead online for a better what's next.
Something amazing is happening in data management. Even though storage needs are constantly changing, companies are only paying for what they need now. That's because CDW customized a Pure Storage Evergreen One SLA-driven storage as a service solution that delivers enterprise-grade hybrid cloud storage that is effortless, efficient, and evergreen. Simplify storage administration with Pure Storage and CDW. Make amazing happen. Find out more at cdw.com/purestorage.
Say hello to Wendy's new 2-for-4 Biggie Bundle. Choose from the JBC made with fresh, never frozen beef, crispy chicken sandwich, 6-piece nugs, or small soft drink. Any two for just $4. It's like the reunion special you've been waiting for, but the only drama is watching you try to pick just two. For a deal as fresh as the meal, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Participating U.S. Wendy's. Request 2 for $4 Biggie Bundles to obtain discounts. Individual items at regular price. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S. Alaska.
Real stories with Hellsberg.
After we met and we started dating, Nancy and I lived 150 miles apart, and I would drive my old jalopy car, and it was roughly a 3-hour distance. It took 3 years I drove across that state back and forth dating her every weekend.
Persistence.
And I would have never stopped. I had a lot of energy back then. 36 years ago.
At Hellsberg, find the engagement ring worthy of your story. Designed with the love, care, and craft it deserves. Visit a Hellsberg store or hellsberg.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Were you uninvited to game night? Do you play board games with the ferocious intensity of an iron-fisted oligarch? Have friends left game night asking, how do you sleep at night? Then you should get a mattress from Mattress Firm. They can help anyone sleep. Sleeping hot this summer? Try a Tempur-Pedic with advanced cooling at Mattress Firm's July 4th sale. Save $500 on Tempur-Breeze and get a $300 instant gift. Get matched at Mattress Firm. Sleep at night. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Baseball season is in full swing, and that means the summer heat is coming. The guys at Climate Control have been serving KC homeowners for over 35 years and know how to get your cooling system ready to handle our scorching hot summer weather. Stay cool and comfortable this summer. Call Climate Control today at 816-265-2830 and schedule your AC system tune-up for just $59. Don't wait. Visit ClimateControlKC.com today. Climate Control Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing.
Doug. Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu, is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Missouri side 70 eastbound heavy out of downtown. You hit delays at Brooklyn Avenue. Just crawls over towards 18th Street where you're down to one lane with construction. East side 70 westbound heavy from 31st Street in towards Jackson Avenue with the left lane blocked. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
Who said it's the dog days of summer? You got a lot of action today. You have NBA draft tonight. Michael Walker on the slab tonight. You know I'm there. I'm locked in, man. That's my quarterback. That's how I feel like right now watching the Royals, like T.O. with the sunglasses on, crying in the postgame. Why do you do it to yourself, Dusty? You should all do it. Watch the game. That way you can have an educational take on it. This team can't hit. Okay, but why can't they hit?
Well, nobody knows the answer to that one.
Well, swing and miss rate's not great. But also, there's a little bit of action today in the baseball world, which if you want to follow this parlay, you're more than welcome to via DraftKings. It is Mizorowski versus Paul Skeens today.
Hell of a matchup. Let's go.
I mean, literally, if you have 2 hours to kill, right here.
And it may not be like the Royals game last night was over in about 2 hours. Yeah. Well, when you don't hit, it's easy to get outs.
Right. Mizorowski, Paul Skeens, 110 in Milwaukee. The parlay I'm taking is under 7 runs. Paul Skeens to record 8 or more strikeouts, and Jacob Mizorowski to record 6 or more. That is plus 455.
It's amazing how these young pitchers are coming up to the big league level, and they're really dominating right now. Like all the young pitchers, obviously pitching is always ahead of hitting and whatnot, but the young pitching right now is dominating. Some of the young bats, like we're looking at with Cags right now, and some of these other guys aren't, to that level. But these young pitchers, man, this Mizorowski guy, he's from the area, like local kid. But 2 weeks ago, you didn't know who this guy was. I don't want to hear from the text line, I followed McGrain Valley or something. I don't care. Nobody knew who this guy was. And now he's taken the big leagues by storm, and it's been the featured matchup that they've been pushing in Major League Baseball probably since the weekend. I think I saw it last Friday that they were promoting like this game.
We talked about it, before we left the air. I was like, ooh, next Wednesday is MLB Network.
Yeah, it was a week ago. Yeah, so they've been promoting this game for a week. I mean, it's almost like Mahomes-Allen type of stuff. Mahomes-Burrow, or maybe a little bit lower than that. Maybe it's Lamar and Burrow or something like that. But this is being viewed as one of the big marquee matchups that you're going to see, not just today in baseball, but maybe in the next couple of weeks in Major League Baseball. And so if you're into it, I know it's a 1 o'clock game and everybody's at work and doing their thing, but that's kind of one to keep an eye on. Those are two superstars of the game. And I think baseball really is doing a better job of marketing. I don't know if you're on this email list that I'm on, but every day I get an email from MLB now that just started in the last month or so of everything that's coming up that day. Here are the big matchups coming up. Here are the players that are going to be participating. Here's some of the things they're going for. Here are some of the big games that we're looking at. Here are some of the play. Like
they'll give you milestones too.
Yeah, they're giving you all kinds of stuff. Like MLB is really doing a good job of now doing. Again, they listen, doing everything we said they didn't do. They're doing a great job of it because people in Kansas City are talking about this pitching matchup today because it's so big.
Yeah, it'll be a battle of who can throw it, harder and more consistent. And then Pittsburgh doesn't score runs. I can't imagine Milwaukee scoring a whole lot of runs. I mean, I could literally see this game being 2-0 and over an hour and 48 minutes. That's just the way these guys pitch. I mean, they're quick, they're efficient, they throw it 102 miles per hour. I do have a buddy named Nick who is really involved with like youth baseball, played high school, college, all that sort of stuff. And he did say that, to the people that say, oh, Kansas City missed out on Mizorowski, he said it wasn't until his junior year of junior ball, JUCO ball, that he started to learn how to throw a fastball and be more efficient. So It's not like this guy has been a prodigy since he was 9 years old. Because I went to high school with a kid named Nick Tepesh, who was amazing. He ended up being a pro baseball player, played for Texas, won a state title his senior year. threw like 84, like 83 as a freshman, as a sophomore. Junior year, tall as you know what, throwing 93.
Yeah.
Senior year, ride his coattails all the way to state, throwing 93, 94, goes to Mizzou, gets drafted out of Mizzou, goes to Texas, has a career in MLB. But I mean, again, like not everybody develops as like a 7-year-old.
Right.
So like sometimes these guys go to JUCO and they become a junior, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, that's okay. Now I've got it figured out. You think about Brady Singer, couldn't throw a changeup.
Mm-hmm.
Finally figured out how to throw a changeup, had his best year of his career, trade away this year to the Reds, and now hopefully he stays successful in the MLB.
Everybody develops at their own rate too, and I hate when people say
they missed.
Yeah, they missed. That's
Missed on
ridiculous.
Pujols.
Yeah, we're still. You know what? They drafted the guy that everybody wanted them to draft in Bubba Starling, and how did that turn out for them?
Yeah.
You know, so they went with the local guy because of all of the stuff that people say. They were hoping Bubba wasn't there. They had no choice but to draft Bubba Starling, and he was a total bust. And there's just no other way to put it. From a baseball standpoint, he didn't get the job done. I hate the fact, we got to draft the local kid or they should be on the local kid. No, everybody has scouts everywhere all over the country. Everybody sees these players. Certain scouts are able to form different relationships with players. And then if you have a good relationship with the scout, you know, sometimes you win the tie because the scout has a good relationship with the family or however, you know, this stuff works out. Just because a kid plays in your backyard, should the Dallas Cowboys be criticized for not having Patrick Mahomes on their roster? Like, we don't hear that in football. Oh, they should have had this guy. He's a local kid. A lot of local kids in a lot of local areas that don't get drafted by their hometown teams, and that's okay because there may be somebody better out there. So I just hate when people say, oh, the Royals missed out on this guy or that guy because he's in their own backyard. Yeah, did they? Where was this kid drafted? How many teams passed on him how many times, you know?
Right. So yeah, that game will be on, I believe, MLB Network today. Should be a fun one to watch with Paul Skeens versus Mizorowski. Who you rooting for?
Skeens.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm a Skeens guy. Yeah, absolutely. Always will be. Yep.
Same.
Yeah. I mean, I've been liking him for the last couple of years,
Guys
so
from
I'm
Blue
not going to
Springs,
change.
guys, come on.
That's all right. I don't care. I'm rooting for the guy that I've been rooting for a while.
Yeah.
You know, I'm been on the Paul Skeens train for a couple of years now, and so I'm going to continue on that train. I think he's good for baseball. I love him.
Yeah, he just sucks. He's in Pittsburgh. But he does have he does have the superstar, girlfriend.
Yeah.
Has he? When you think he proposes?
It's been a minute.
Who proposes first, Skeens or Kelsey?
Kelsey, I would say.
You think?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, they're older. You know, Skeens is he hasn't signed the big contract yet, all that kind of stuff. And
Kelsey
so
may already have a.
Well,
who
I mean, you
knows?
saw that wedding invitation, right? That said
Yeah.
to Taylor and Travis Kelsey. So, like, people are like, did they already get together behind, you know, are they doing an Aaron Rodgers type thing, right? Where they're telling people they're not married, but maybe they are. Where Aaron Rodgers is telling people he's married and nobody can find a marriage certificate for that. So
I'm also like torn with that. Because I understand like privacy and who he is, and I understand like maybe you don't want your wife or whatever in the limelight, right? But also the other side of it is like I would not be shocked if he's like, yeah, my marriage is spiritual. I'd be like, oh,
like he's married to the universe
or something like that. I'm not trying to be a smart ass.
No, I know you're not. No.
Like I'm really serious. I've been on this with you guys for a while. I'm like, are we sure he's married? And this was 3 weeks ago. And then everyone thinks that we're just the only people that hate on Aaron Rodgers. Then all of a sudden the stories start to come out like TMZ and, like all these other things. It's like, we haven't seen his wife, and yet there's no document they've been married. His family's
Right.
It's like, so maybe I'm not crazy. I mean, I am, but like maybe I'm not full crazy.
Yeah, I didn't say I married a person. I said I married a tree. Or
I don't know. And I mean,
like you could see Aaron Rodgers being that type of guy, being the narcissist that he is, telling everybody, "Well, I never said I was married to a person. I'm married to the spiritual being of the world."
Yeah, man, I've been immunized, so yeah, it's all good.
I'm in love with the clouds.
Yeah, like he could be like if he really wanted to, not
I married
the same
that
level.
smash burger last night.
But he could be the next like Bill Walton type of guy if he really wanted to. Go out there and talk about how you're married to the universe and you don't wear shoes. And,
Nah, because Bill Walton did the cool drugs.
yeah, Bill Walton
Exactly,
was awesome
yeah,
too.
he
People
was the
like Bill
man.
Walton.
Yeah.
Like nobody likes Aaron Rodgers, right? Like nobody likes Aaron Rodgers. Not even his own teammates. I mean, like see you later, goodbye. I mean, how does Nate Hackett feel about Aaron Rodgers at
He
this
can't
point
even
in
hack it
time?
anymore.
That guy doesn't have a job.
Yeah, well, he got hatchet. How many days are we away from the first real NFL football game of the year? 73?
73 days till the first real football game of the year. The Chiefs will go to Sao Paulo, Brazil, and take on the Chargers.
Locked, cocked, and ready to rock.
In 73 days.
Had arms.
So with that, I bring to you, we were talking earlier about division odds, Super Bowl. It's that time of the year, right? Time to get your future bets in, look at some division odds. Okay, this team's favored for the AFC. Oh, this team's going to lose in the divisional round. Worst to first, all those sorts of things, right? So I ask you, how do you feel about the division odds of the AFC West, which for the first time in probably in the last 10 years are pretty dang close? The Chiefs sit, trying to get to right in front of me, at plus 120, I believe. This is on, I'm just using FanDuel, minus 115, plus 310 for the Chargers, plus 340 for the Broncos.
What are the Raiders?
Plus 1,200, which I think is, I wouldn't, I mean, it's really good odds.
That
I wouldn't
seems
bet on
rude.
it. But yeah, I would bet on that.
Plus 1,200?
Yeah.
What are
that's
the
a really
Steelers
good value.
to win the North? Are they that much better than the Chargers or the Raiders to win the West?
I bet the Steelers like plus 800 probably.
Plus 500.
Oh, okay.
The Browns, the Browns and the Jets are the worst division odds in the league, plus 1,600 and plus 3,200. But then next is the Raiders at plus 1,200. Oh, no, excuse me, the Giants. Sorry, your Giants,
Okay,
Bob.
the Giants, yeah. Well, I think the Raiders at plus 1,200, they would have to overcome 3 teams to win that division, right? I think the second best team in the division is Denver for me right now. They would only have to overcome 1 team to win the division. Then the Chargers, probably the second best team behind Denver, the third best team, they have to overcome 2 teams. So I understand I think the odds are very fair. And I think the odds right now are showing you that they want to get some people betting on some of these other teams to win the division. Like, Vegas isn't stupid. They're very smart. They know how people react. And right now, because I saw it already, the Charger love is starting to trickle out. The Bronco love is trickling out. People are stupid generally, right? And they think like, oh, Denver won some games last year, made the playoffs. The Chargers, well, they got this guy in pleated khakis who may be married to Aaron Rodgers. Who knows? They're both weird like that, right? And so you've got those 2 teams that people seemingly blindly follow, and they will put their money on there, and Las Vegas will build extra casinos because people are stupid. So I think the odds are very fair for that. What the hell was that?
Yeah, I mean,
that guy's an idiot.
I think that the best part about it is that we talked about earlier today is that you have to eventually figure out when that year happens, right? Like, for instance, if you could gamble back in the 90s on the Braves, they won 14 consecutive AL East titles. Eventually it had to end. So for years, eventually the Royals will not lose at home. Is it today that you bet the Royals on the money line? Maybe not. Is it tomorrow that you bet the money line? Maybe. But eventually it ends. Like, eventually that has to stop.
Your math just says it will.
I just don't think that's now. I do think it's a little unfair for the Raiders, though, at plus 1,200.
I agree.
I think they're a little bit better than people give them credit for. I think Geno's better. I think Brock Bowers in year 2 could be dangerous. They have Ashton Genty, who I think his projected total in rushing yards this year is like 1,150, which I think is low. Hello, Dynasty pick 1, Ashton Genty, or maybe you go take that kid out of North Carolina that Jim Harbaugh now has who will run 30 times a game in the Chargers organization. But look, somebody's got to beat the Chiefs. I just don't know if that year's this year. The Chiefs' wide receiver room is good. Their defense is still led by Spagnuolo, Chris Jones, Trent McDuffie, all of those guys, the original aristocrats on that defense. And you got to think there's more to it than just get the revenge of the Super Bowl. There's more like the last dance sort of feel with Travis Kelce, Mahomes with the new haircut and the scorched earth mentality. I don't have any issue with the odds. I think if you were going to take a team, though, I think it's Denver. I really do think it's Denver. I think they're I think their defense is what can help them. Because somebody had a thing earlier that said Brock Osweiler took the Broncos to the Super Bowl. It's not true. That defense took Denver to the Super Bowl, obviously, because I believe Von Miller was the MVP of that Super Bowl, who absolutely wrecked that game from snap 1. So,
and they had a guy on the other end who was on the all-quarter century team in DeMarcus Ware. So it's pretty decent defense.
Pretty solid defense there, led by 2 solid dudes. Von Miller in his prime, Ware on his outside of his prime. But I'm not mad about the odds. Look, it just shows you how tough this division is going to be and how this might be one of the better years that the Chiefs could win their division. You go 14-3 this year in this division.
I guess I don't remember. I know betting is fairly new legally, but I don't remember every year going in and trying to find a reason why the Patriots weren't going to win the East. Now, I know their competition was never all that great in the East, But the Chiefs' competition hasn't been all that good in the West until this year, really. And for years prior, everybody was picking the Chargers or somebody else to win the division because they wanted it to be different. I don't recall this situation happening every single year where we found, created, and invented ways why the Patriots couldn't win the AFC East, like we're inventing, creating, and making up ways why the Chiefs can't win the West continually with the best quarterback and the best head coach in football and the best combination that we probably ever did see.
From the 816, Denver is the most overhyped team in the AFC. That's false.
Denver is one of those teams, though, that could have that fall, but their coach is good. I'll give them that. Their coach is really good. But they could have that fall because whenever you go into a season and everybody's white hot about a team, it's usually the team that takes the step back.
I think the team that's overhyped the most is the Houston Texans. Let's just get rid of our best left tackle and let this third-year quarterback go out there and do it.
The problem with that is they have nobody to compete with in their division right now.
Yeah, they're dude.
Daniel
they're
Jones.
plus 110 in the AFC South.
Yeah.
That's crazy. That's sad. I know they've made the playoffs twice. They've won that division, but
that's why they're overhyped. They don't play anybody.
You start separating yourself.
They get in the playoffs, and it's like, oh, welcome to the league, boys.
But that's what Houston's been doing every year since they've been in existence. Win a bad division, play at 3 o'clock on Saturday, lose, and then go home.
Yeah, they're going to have to find that shift.
They did win a playoff game last year, though, right? If I'm not mistaken. They ended up coming here to Kansas City.
Yeah, 2 years in a row, they've won a playoff game.
Yeah.
So you do have to give them that.
And they've lost to the Chiefs and the Ravens.
Yep.
So I guess fair and unfair, but if you're going to eventually get over that hype train, you got to beat somebody that's at the top. Buffalo's there, too.
Yeah.
Yep, and trading your all-pro left tackle, to your point, is not necessarily the way that I'd go about doing that.
That was an NBA type of trade.
Very weird.
I mean, it was a strange trade. You got a young quarterback, keep your left tackle intact, who's one of the best in the game.
No gas mask.
None.
Coaching tiers via ML football. Top 3, McVay, Andy Reid, Sirianni. Second tier, Sean Payton, Kevin O'Connell, Jim Harbaugh. Who's that guy in the middle with Shanahan? I did not know his ears were like that. And then, Matt LaFleur. Shanahan, my word, they couldn't have done you better than that.
Picture of Sean Payton's a little rough, too.
Is Dan Campbell? Sean Payton looks like he's running for office in Tennessee. We will blitz the competition, and we will eventually take over the country, I promise. But Kevin O'Connell going ahead of Dan Campbell, huh? You okay with that? That's the only thing I thought it was a little bit. I think they should both be in the same room. That's where I'm at on this list. I agree with the top 3. I mean, those are, your last 3 Super Bowl winners?
Yep.
I mean, yeah. So, you're in a room by yourself. You got a trophy, and you're with the Kansas City Chiefs and Andy Reid and Sirianni and McVay. That's a room I'd stay in. Now, I think Dan Campbell should be up a little bit higher. Dan Quinn being already there, a little strong for me. Had one good year in Washington. Can he keep doing it? But to put him in the playoff contenders, I think is fine. But I think Dan Campbell's elite. If Kevin O'Connell's elite, am I wrong on that?
Semi-Pro Football Out of Focus did their rankings as well, and they have Dan Campbell 9 and Kevin Stefanski 10 on that list. Their number 1 is obviously Andy Reid. Sean Payton they have as the number 2 best coach in the NFL.
Sean Payton?
Yep.
That guy's an idiot.
They have Sean McVay number 3, Harbaugh 4,
Which
John.
one? Okay.
Tomlin 5, Jim 6, Shanahan 7, Sirianni 8, Dan Campbell 9, Kevin Stefanski 10. The Kevin Stefanski one is just
2-time coach of the year, man. More than Andy Reid.
Interesting year for Dan Campbell. This is a prove-it year for Dan Campbell. It's a big year for Dan Campbell. I think maybe a bigger year as a head coach for him than maybe anybody else in the NFL because you lost both your coordinators.
Okay. I ask you this question then with that. Wonderful topic here. More to prove this year's head coach, Dan Campbell or Ben Johnson?
Who's Ben Johnson again?
Come on.
Dan Campbell.
Dan Campbell. No, Ben Johnson gets a 1-year free pass.
Yeah. But I'll ask you, raise you that and give you this, Dan Campbell or Mike Tomlin?
Well, it's Dan Campbell because Pittsburgh doesn't change their coach.
That is seemingly maybe not going to happen this year.
Well, I think
those rumors are coming up.
Yeah, I think if they change their coach, Tomlin's walking.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Tomlin walks. Because when was the last time they gave him somebody to work with at quarterback? How long has Ben Roethlisberger been retired? And he's made the playoffs with loser 1 and loser 2. You know, like I hate the Mike Tomlin. I really do. His organization, man, they don't do a lot to help him out from that standpoint. And he still goes out there and finishes above 500 and still wins. I could see Mike Tomlin saying it's time to move on, and then he becomes a street free agent. Giants hire him.
Well, yeah, you like that part at the end. That part's nice at the end for you.
Yeah. No, but I think he would walk out the door before they would fire him.
Dusty, what about you? Dan Campbell or Mike Tomlin? More pressure?
I think it's Tomlin. I mean, me, of all people, Mike Tomlin could be out of Pittsburgh. I mean, Pittsburgh coaches normally just take the high road and leave, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like they leave on their terms. They have their – and according to what we've heard and what we've seen throughout the offseason, Tomlin and Rodgers were on the same page the whole time. Hey, man, we're not going to say anything. We're just going to see how you develop in this media story and see what happens. And Aaron Rodgers held his part of the deal. Mike Tomlin held his part of the deal. And now they're together, and this is where we're going to go. So I think there's a lot of pressure on Mike Tomlin to actually get to the playoffs, continue to be a 500 winning coach, and make it work with Aaron. And if he does, then well done. If he doesn't, Pittsburgh will use this as a, we're going to clean the slate of the Tomlin era, bring in a new face and somebody that can lead this franchise. So I'm going to see that. Which Harbaugh has more pressure?
John.
Yeah, I don't think there's any pressure in L.A. Nobody even knows they exist. It's true. I mean, it's L.A. I mean, they're out on the beach. They're doing it. There's no L.A. media and all that kind of nonsense. Like, there's no pressure out there in L.A. There was less in San Diego. But I think Dan Campbell, because if he doesn't win, they'll immediately say he's not a head coach. It was a benefit of his coordinators. So that's why I think there's pressure on Dan Campbell to have a good season so people don't say he was good because of the coordinators. They go out there, they win 11 or 12 games, then Dan Campbell's a legitimate head coach, and you can't say, well, he was only good because he had great coordinators around him. And so that's why I think it's a big year for Dan Campbell. It's a separation type of year. Are you in that, I don't want to say the Andy Reid category, but you're that head coach that can operate and do great things no matter who your coordinators are? Or were you a product of your coordinators?
Yeah, can I set it and forget it and be like, all right, we got our head coach for the next 10 years? Or do I have to really still think about it? That's true. This is it.
Yeah, you get double-digit wins this year, you're good. He's your guy. Yep. But if he goes 8 and 9, then you're thinking, okay, man, he just had good coordinators around him.
The number is 913-586-7965 because we have a question for you.
We do?
Yep. Whit Merrifield retired yesterday. 9 years in the Major League Baseball. Just one year away from that pitch.
To see it.
1 year. He kind of went from hero to heel. We ask you, 913-586-7965, how many how many KC athletes have done that, gone from hero to heel? I have one that might surprise you. 913-586-7965. You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty. Make sure to follow us on Instagram @TheFan965 for behind-the-scenes content from the show. Kansas City's FM sports station, 96.5 The Fan.
Ring the bell. We've done it again. Golden Oak Lending has lowered rates to 4.875% fixed. While other lenders are talking about high interest rates, we're dropping rates. And we can get it done for you in as little as 14 days. Golden Oak Lending has just secured several $1 million that we can offer you as fixed-rate mortgages for 4.875%. Lower your monthly payment, get cash out, pay off credit cards, and best of all, make no mortgage payments for 2 months. It's fast and easy. Our debt consolidation customers save an average of $1,104 every month. And at Golden Oak, you never pay for your appraisal up front. Lock in this incredible 4.875% rate now before it's too late and say goodbye to those high-interest credit card rates. Call 913-890-GOLD.
Golden Oak Landing, cured my blues.
5.81 APR, FHA, 15-year, 20% equity, qualified credit. Additional terms apply. NMLS 114937.
The success you've had in life matters. The late nights, the extra shifts, the moments you've stood up and said, I've got this. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we value your achievements because we're a school for real life. With UMGC, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer scholarships, affordable tuition, and online and hybrid classes, all with the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. As an accredited state university, we've been transforming lives for over 75 years. Choose from more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates and get ready to succeed again. Get an affordable online skills-based education to move your career forward. UMGC offers no-cost digital materials in place of textbooks in most courses, low-cost tuition, and over $21 million in scholarship opportunities each aid year. Find out if you qualify at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev. The success you've had in life matters. The late nights, the extra shifts, the moments you've stood up and said, I've got this. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we value your achievements because we're a school for real life. With UMGC, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer scholarships, affordable tuition, and online and hybrid classes, all with the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. As an accredited state university, we've been transforming lives for over 75 years. Choose from more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates and get ready to succeed again. Get an affordable online skills-based education to move your career forward. UMGC offers no-cost digital materials in place of textbooks in most courses, low-cost tuition, and over $21 million in scholarship opportunities each aid year. Find out if you qualify at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Were you uninvited to game night? Do you play board games with the ferocious intensity of an iron-fisted oligarch? Have friends left game night asking, how do you sleep at night? Then you should get a mattress from Mattress Firm. They can help anyone sleep. Sleeping hot this summer? Try a Tempur-Pedic with advanced cooling at Mattress Firm's July 4th sale. Save $500 on Tempur-Breeze and get a $300 instant gift. Get matched at Mattress Firm. Sleep at night. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
It's the spring sales event at Rob Sight Ford, and I'm here with the man himself, Rob Sight. Rob, you already stole the spotlight. Now what are you trying to take?
Just your attention, Kevin, and maybe a few trade-ins. Now, we've got up to $14,000 off new Fords with employee pricing, plus our own dealer discount.
14 grand. That's hotter than your Sunday barbecue.
Exactly, and unlike your burgers, these deals won't dry out. We've got hard-to-find inventory, huge trade-in values, and our non-commissioned sales team makes everything so easy.
No pressure, just real help. Even I'll admit it, it's the best place in Kansas City to buy a car, and I don't hand out compliments lightly, or seconds.
That's a fact. And don't forget, we're Kansas City's top-rated Ford dealer on Google. 4.8 stars, nearly 3,000 reviews, and 0 grill marks.
All right, Rob, I'll give it to you, man. You're cooking up some real value over there.
Come see us at 135th and State Line or visit robsight.com. But hurry, these deals are sizzling and inventory is moving fast.
And tell him Rob sent you. No guarantees, but he might throw in a hot dog.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Northland, pretty heavy 35 southbound from around 435 down past Vivian with an accident blocking the right lane. 70 eastbound heavy out of downtown from Brooklyn Avenue over past 18th Street down to one lane with construction. Kansas side 35 southbound heavy from before 18th Street Expressway to Lamar with an accident. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Coming up in about 13 minutes, Matt Cottrell will join the show here on Fescoe and Dusty. Mac Morey with you as well.
Have you seen the Kane Brown tweet or Instagram post yesterday, which is great? It's him, Travis, and Taylor at Tight End University, and it says, when you think you're the special guest, you're not.
That's great. That's so accurate.
It's really good. Yeah, I love it. The NFL has just put up a tweet with the picture of the three of them. He goes, Kane Brown, when you think you're the special guest, but you're not.
Sorry.
Taylor Swift.
There would be some people that would be pissed about something like that, though. You know they would. Like Aaron Rodgers would probably be pissed. Like if he showed up and he was told he was going to be the special guest and then Taylor Swift came on stage and performed, he'd be so mad. Him and Dungy would sit in a corner and talk about plays.
We asked on the text line 913-586-7965, who's an athlete in Kansas City sports history that went from hero to heel? Text line says Tyreek Hill.
Yeah, but my problem is, was he ever really a hero?
Oh, God, yeah. They were chanting his name in the stadium after all of his allegations pre-draft.
Yeah, I mean, he's such a loser as a human being.
He went with a peace sign, buying 10 jerseys. Yes, he was a hero.
For some, but I think there were also some like me.
Sure.
I mean,
There were some people that will always have the past that would taint what he was, but yes, dude. I mean, people were peace signing it. Tyreek, Ty.
Yeah.
That's hero status, man.
Yeah, you're right.
They chant your name, man. It doesn't matter. Like, if 5 people hate you, if there's 79,000 people chanting your name, you're a hero.
Yeah, but he has gone from hero to heel,
Yeah, mine would be more so, because we talked about Whit Merrifield retiring, and someone's asked Dusty, why are you considering Whit a heel? And for me, it was like, you liked him here because he was, sour about the Ben Zobrist deal, right? And then he had his, moment where he had the hit streak and he was 2-hit Whit and he was the all-star and had a really good, 3-4 year career here. And then there's like the whole COVID deal, which whatever you want to take on that, whatever your take is, how you want to judge somebody, that's on you. But then it was more so like how he left, how he said he didn't want to do this, but then he went to Toronto, so then he did it because you could only get into Canada by getting a vaccine. And then
he said at the time, if I was playing on a better team, maybe I would consider
that was
doing
there.
It. That was it.
And then like throughout his career, there were just like these bitch and moan moments throughout. Like, these guys, it's all about spin rate, so they're hitting batters more often. Or you're on top of the plate and because you're an aggressive hitter. And it just kind of was like one of those things like, oh, God, that guy played for us. And all he did was like, be and moan about everything all the time. And then it was just like, before that, he kind of did that because he wanted to be pulled up into the roster and he had to earn his stripes in Omaha. And then they went and got Zobrist and I should have won a World Series. And I came from winning a College World Series and all this sort of stuff. So that's one. But for me, it was always Neil Smith.
Okay.
And the reason I say that is because of all teams you could have gone to, in 1997, you went to the Broncos.
Yeah.
And the Chiefs had the
ring chasing.
The Chiefs had the best team in 97 that they had in one of their franchise's best team. They were 13-3, host the Broncos here in Arrowhead and lose.
Yep.
And the Broncos go on to win the Super Bowl. Not only that, Neil wins another with them in 98, wins 2 Super Bowls with my most hated franchise in sports, the Denver Broncos. So for me personally, if that's how we're doing this,
Yeah, sure.
My hero to heel, because, dude, I was sacking the teddy bear doing the George Brett swing.
Why wouldn't you have been, right?
I put Band-Aids over my nose for no apparent reason. I had a Neil Smith jersey. I had met him a couple of times. And then to the Broncos at 10 years old, I was devastated.
Did he go back to hero, though? Like, did he earn his stripes back here? I feel like he did. Obviously, he lives here now, and he's a big part of everything that goes on. I think people have more so come to peace with Neil Smith, kind of coming back. I don't know if everybody feels that way, but I think, he's back in Kansas City. He's been living here for 20 years now. So I would imagine that a lot of people, he went from hero to heel, maybe, I don't want to say back to hero, but back to somebody that you could tolerate again after he left for the Denver Broncos. Some people would say Tony Gonzalez on that list as well. But I will tell you what, Tony Gonzalez was ahead of the curve. And so I can't put Tony Gonzalez into that category because he read the writing on the wall with this Pioli and with Haley and all of that stuff. He's like, I'm out of this, man.
But he also did stuff after
He
that.
did. Yeah, he did.
Atlanta made my career.
Right. Yeah.
That's tough to hear.
It is.
That sucks.
It did. Yep.
That's brutal.
It did.
Because it didn't.
It didn't. No, because you did nothing in Atlanta. It is nothing. They never won anything down there, and so. But now, obviously, he's back in the graces of Kansas City because this is the cool place to be, and with Travis and everything like that going on, and whatnot. So he made the right decision at that time. He saw that writing on the wall. He's like, I'm getting the hell out of here. Brian Waters did the same thing the year later. Like, I'm out of this mess. This is a an asylum here is what this is, and so I'm getting the hell out of here. So you got guys like that have made the list before, that have kind of changed the way you view them because they were ahead of the curve a little bit. But Whit Merrifield, to me, man, like everybody loved that guy, and then he said if I was playing for a better team, I would have done things differently. Well, nobody wants to hear that in Kansas City, right? We know you didn't play for some great teams and whatnot, but you can't say those kind of things because no other city would have revered Whit Merrifield after his playing days other than Kansas. He wasn't anywhere long enough. He was here the longest and didn't leave on great terms, and I think that leaves a bad taste in a lot of people's mouths.
What about Billy Butler?
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if he ever really became heel per se,
Was he hero?
Yeah,
Okay.
People kind of liked him.
I liked him when I was a kid. I thought he was awesome.
39,000 people booed one man because he didn't select Billy Butler to the home run derby.
Yeah.
And I remember when he came back and we snuck him in the back, people were waiting out front to get his autograph and things like that. So, no, I think people still like Billy.
The number one answer on the text line comes from the 816, Frank Dumbass White.
Oh, yeah. I can't believe I didn't think of that one.
I can't believe that's his middle name.
I know. It's Dumas. It's pronounced. It's French. It's Dumas. Yeah. Frank White is absolutely number one on that list. Yeah.
And can he still be a heel from career-wise, not personality-wise? Like, somebody's like, oh, Neil Smith's a great guy. It's a terrible take, Dusty. I played golf with him. He went to the Broncos and won 2 Super Bowls.
Yeah, he may be a great guy, but from a sports standpoint, he went to the biggest rival.
Like I'm sure Bobby Witt Jr. going to Detroit.
Yeah, I'm like do Red Sox fans like Johnny Damon because he went to the Yankees afterwards, or Roger Clemens? I mean, some of those guys, like you go to your biggest rival, man, from a sports standpoint, they may be a great guy, but man, I can't like you. You ditched me for them.
I don't know if this is a bad one. You guys would know better since y'all were there, but I don't know if he was ever a hero, but Lynn Elliott?
No, he was
never a hero.
Yeah. Okay. He was just a great kicker, so I didn't know.
Yeah, he was with Dallas and the Chiefs, and then he made me cry.
Yeah. Had the heel part down.
I don't know if there's not any Jack Parkmans on the Royals, are there? Like, there's nobody that was.
No.
Juan Gonzalez?
There was. What's it? Jose Guillen? Like a lot of people thought. But Jose Guillen.
What about Damon?
Jose Guillen is miscast. I mean, that guy, and I don't know if I'm supposed to share this story, but I'm going to anyway. There was an usher at Kauffman Stadium who needed a van. She had a handicapped son and needed a van that could, get a wheelchair, and he purchased the van for her. And so, like, people talk about Jose Guillen being like this guy they didn't like. Some of the stuff that he was doing behind the scenes, like that kind of stuff, changed my opinion of him.
Yeah, because he was so good in Anaheim, or whatever they were called then. Somebody says Bo Jackson anytime he put on a Raiders uniform. That's that's what's interesting about growing up in that time period. Because, like, imagine if you had a guy that was a Royals player, but then he went and played for the Broncos.
Yeah, what do you do?
That's weird.
Right? Like, what if Caglione was a quarterback, but he was the Broncos quarterback, and he was your Royals right fielder?
And then you're like, do I wish for him to get sacked and break his leg in football, but then he can't play baseball, Like, yeah, it would have been crazy.
Somebody says on the text line yesterday with the announcement of Whit Merrifield retiring, some people were talking about Whit being in the Royals Hall of Fame. I say no. What say you? No, there's no chance.
No.
There's guys that are going way
Jesus,
before.
Whit
Is Wade Davis in the Royals Hall of Fame yet? That guy ought to go in before anybody else.
And he may not get in.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's not like a...
Dang, really?
I don't know. I mean, like literally like 3 years.
I know.
Now,
Yeah,
3
he had-
dominant years.
Check, please.
At a World Series, correct.
Yeah.
But, yeah, tough.
Yeah, Whit Merrifield in the Royals Hall of Fame. We're not that desperate.
No, that's just what they said. They saw people on the...
I mean, I know Frank White's in it, but I mean...
Gosh, I've really pissed off this guy. Dude, Neil Smith was released by the Chiefs. It's not like he chose the Broncos over the Chiefs. Still went to the Broncos, dude. Won 2 Super Bowls. It is what it is. Get over it. Coming up on the other side, Matt Contreras, Royals manager, joins us next here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
Hey, it's Michael Waka, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Royals baseball, 96.5 The Fan.
Well, guys, it is summertime, and if you're looking outside and you can't wait to play golf or pickleball or just get after it with the kids or, do whatever it is that you love to do in the summertime, but you're thinking, I just can't because my knee, my hip, my shoulder, I've got all this pain and it's not getting any better. maybe you're stuck in a cycle with steroid shots, and now they're talking about surgery. But before you go down that road, let's hit pause for a second and call my friends over at QC Kinetics, because they're helping people get their lives back without more meds and without going under the knife. It's QC Kinetics, the leaders in regenerative medicine, using treatments like advanced cellular therapy and platelet-rich plasma, all designed to actually help your body heal itself. We're not masking the pain. It goes to the root of the problem. Their cellular treatments contain growth factors and healing properties to maximize your own body's ability to heal itself. And this is critical. 92% of patients report satisfaction with their results. And that's not just a number. It's peace of mind that you're exploring something that's truly working for people just like you. And it doesn't cost anything for a second opinion. Learn more about something that could be life-changing. A licensed medical provider will go over your x-rays or MRI and see if you're a good fit. So call QC Kinetics today, 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. 816-412-6299.
This summer, Casey's has 89-cent fountain and frozen drinks. But if you don't have 89 cents, you could check your center console, or dig between your couch cushions, or ask Grandma for $1, or just use your credit card. We take those too. 89-cent frozen and fountain drinks at Casey's all summer long. Restrictions may apply. See store for details.
Hey, it's Rex here with RexBuysKC.com, your local KC home buyer. If you own a property in the Kansas City or surrounding area and want to sell it fast and at a fair price, write this number down. 816-330-6000. I'm a private real estate investor, not some hedge fund or large national chain. My family and I live right here in KC. I can pay cash and close on your timeline, even in as little as 3 days. Here at RexBuysKC.com, we are improving Kansas City one house at a time. I buy inherited houses, vacant houses, foreclosure houses, behind in payment houses, my tenant won't pay the rent houses, and properties that need complete rehabs. Do you own a house that's trashed and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Great. If you own a house and want to sell it fast, call me at this number, 816-330-6000. That's 816-330-6000, or go to RexBuysKC.com. That's RexBuysKC.com, and I look forward to working with you.
Did storms hit your area? Looking for answers on the impact it made to your roof? Then it's time to schedule a zero-pressure, in-depth inspection with Century Roofing's trusted roofing experts. We will determine if enough damage exists to warrant filing a claim. See for yourself why Century Roofing has been voted Best of Johnson County for the 3rd year in a row. Trust the pillars of strength for 35 years. KC-based and female-owned. CenturyRoofingKC.com.
Century Roofing, trust the pillars of strength.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed. From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Every morning, we rise and shine. Make breakfast and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Brought to you by Connolly Plumbing Solutions, your neighborhood plumber. Call 913-768-7676 or ConnollyPlumbingSolutions.com. Kansas side, 35 southbound heavy from Mission down towards Lamar with an accident blocking a lane of traffic. It's summer, time for yard work and watering this month. Connolly Plumbing Solutions is offering a replacement outside faucet with access for only $399. Visit ConnollyPlumbingSolutions.com or call 913-768-7676 to schedule. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
You're listening to the all-new 96.5 The Fan, your new home for Chiefs football. KFNZ, FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station.
Hey man, good morning, how do you do? Hey man, just want wanna talk about the boys in blue. Hey man, now that you've been here a year, what's your favorite KCQ? Hey man, what's new in the clubhouse, the bullpen and the lineup too? Hey man, how was the road trip? Bob and Dusty wanna know. Hey man, what do you think of Slugger and FM radio? Hey man, is it true you're a deadhead too? Hey man, kid baseball, wanna talk music with you? Hey man, hey man, hey man, hey man, hey man, hey man, Quattrero. Hey man, hey man, hey man, hey man, hey man, about tomorrow.
That's right. Wednesday, 9 o'clock, joined by Royals manager Matt Quattrero. Matt, how are you on this Wednesday morning, sir?
Hey, good morning. I'm doing fine. How are you guys?
Doing pretty well. Got two more with Tampa Bay. Then the big bad Dodgers come into town Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Last night, was that more of a struggling offense on your guys' part or more of a guy just in the damn zone on the mound out there for Tampa Bay?
Well, I think anytime, you got to look at both sides of it. It certainly wasn't our best game. It was one of his best. So there's a trade-off there between who's the better competitor at the time, and Taj Bradley got us last night.
I think it's very simple to say when your stars produce, you win. It's happening all around baseball right now. Aaron Judge doesn't produce, the Yankees can't get out of their own way. The Mets right now are in a slump, and the only person producing is Juan Soto right now in that lineup. Kind of the same for you. Like, you go as Bobby goes. How do you get Bobby closer to that level that he was last year, where he was that consistent guy every night for you?
Yeah, Bobby had a great road trip for us. Even the very end of the homestand, you started to see signs of him squaring the ball up more consistently. Last night, he fouled off a couple pitches that were probably the ones that he's been doing damage on, and that's the nature of baseball, right? You're a millimeter away from that being a foul ball or a double in the gap or a homer, and those are the things that, depending on who you're facing, you have to adjust your sights to what kind of pitcher he is. Hunt a certain pitch. And we've talked about this a lot. When the team is scuffling to score runs, guys try to do a little bit too much. And I think when Bobby stays in his own comfort zone, we see the better results. And you're right. When Bobby goes, it's not only a lift production-wise, but guys look up to him so much. And because of his skill set and what he can do, it's so amazing that when he does get going, it gives the whole team a lift. Now, we need all 13 guys to produce, because it's not fair of any one team to put all the production or the hopes of production on one guy, and that's not how you win consistently in the big leagues.
You mentioned kind of, with Bobby, the team goes as he goes. We all know that, and him trying maybe a little bit too hard, or however, George always used to say, try less, don't try so hard, try less. Like, how as a manager do you communicate that to your players to try less?
Well, you rely on your processes, and that's really what it comes down to. And we talk about that regularly with, you can try less all you want. You can go up there and they're still going to be throwing 98 miles an hour. So that sounds good in theory. Just take a little pressure off. You need to rely on your processes. And what is that? It's how you prepare for the day. Am I in a good spot? Do I know exactly what I'm looking for on this guy? Am I going to stick with my plan? Can I be mentally tough enough if I get down in the count to stay with it? Do I feel like I'm in the right spot to compete physically, as far as, does my swing feel good? Is there something I have to overcome, whether it's a bump or bruise or whatever? Do I have to do something slightly different to get to that spot? And when you get up there in the game dictates a lot of how you feel. You're up a run, down a run, 1 out, 2 outs, whatever. Things change the way you feel mentally, and you need to be able to stick with that process. And that's what takes pressure off, is that you're not worried so much about, I need a hit here. No, it's more about, okay, let me get a good pitch, let me put a good swing on it and see what I can do.
Do you guys as a team feel the slump at home, or feel like the vibe is a little bit off currently at the home ballpark? And if you do, is there something that you do differently to get out of that vibe?
Well, we certainly haven't played well at home. It doesn't matter that we're trying to win every game. It doesn't matter where we are. Our goal doesn't change. It stinks that you don't play well for your fans. You know, that's disappointing. We've had good crowds. We've had support. We need to play better. We know that. Now, we can't, you know, you don't all of a sudden put a blitz on or whatever like you do in football. You have to go up there and take it literally one pitch, one at bat, one inning at a time. You can't go further than that. So when the first inning doesn't go your way, you got to turn the focus to your first pitch of the second inning, and that's what we try to do, and that's how we try to compartmentalize it.
I don't know if you caught this last night with Marte in Chicago last night playing for the Diamondbacks. You broke down crying on the field, and his manager, Torey Lovullo, went out, consoled him. They talked about it after game. Some fan in the crowd was yelling stuff about his deceased mother. As a manager, how much stuff do you hear that goes on in the ballpark that is basically, for lack of a better term, Matt, just socially unacceptable to the players?
Well, fortunately, I have not heard anything like that. You know, our fans are tremendous. I haven't heard anybody say that. I mean, it's fine with me. Fans aren't happy with performance, and at times you hear things, you know, about whether it's decisions I'm making or player performance, and that's part of the game. You know, that's fine. That's they pay their money to come in. But I did see a little clip of it. I didn't know exactly what was said last night, but you know, that is, you know, crossing a line that there's no reason to bring that up for anybody, whether that's at the ballpark or elsewhere. You know, I mean, that's, no doubt, like you said, socially unacceptable.
Yeah.
Well, Matt, go take care of business versus Rasmussen, and then try to stay cool in that 1-10 start Thursday in Kansas City against the Rays. Then bring on the Dodgers and shock the world, my man. We appreciate the time.
Okay, guys, have a great week.
You as well. Matt Cotrero, Royals manager, there joining us there. I think he's right about that when you go to the Marte stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You shouldn't be saying that in life. Like,
right.
Let alone
yeah.
Sports is where we take the focus in that story.
Right.
And, you know, I think it's just in general to have that sort of bone in your body, you're just not a good person.
Right, exactly. And I know a lot of people blame the gambling for why fans are behaving the way that they are. But it's okay to say some people are just scumbags. And, and I don't think that, you know, last night. Now, again, I don't know if the guy had money on the game or whatever. He was a White Sox fan heckling a visiting ball player. So I'm assuming he's a guy that was heckling just for the sake of heckling and then ultimately crossed the line.
Well, Marte hit a home run earlier in the game.
Yeah.
So he comes up again.
Okay, so he's heckling the guy. So it's not because he has money or something, I don't think, anyway, on that. Everybody wants to immediately go, see, this is what happens because we legalize gambling. Now, this isn't legalized gambling that's making this guy perform that way. That's just him being a socially unacceptable human being. And I keep watching that video of Marte crying like, we've never seen anything like that in sports. And the reaction of his manager was just stellar. I mean, that's why Torey Lovullo is going to get the most out of his players in Arizona, because he's got their back every single night. And he showed it, man. When his player needed him, that cat stepped up and supported his guy.
Yeah, if you missed the audio earlier, this is the Diamondbacks manager on that moment last night with Marte.
I have to go to Ketel Marte, and there was obviously a very emotional scene out there, and we know how close you are with him. What can you share with us?
It was a terrible moment. Fans are nasty, and fans go too far sometimes. And I love my players, and I'm going to protect them.
Your protection starts way before today, though. You guys go so far. It's we were talking on the air. I know you're a father figure to him, are you not?
Right, yeah. You know, I've known Ketel for 9 years, and he's had some unbelievably great moments and some hardships as well, and some really, really tough moments in his life. And I know those. And at the end of the day, we're human beings, and we have emotions. And I saw him hurting, and I want to protect him.
Can you tell us what you told him?
I love you, and I'm with you, and we're all together, and you're not alone. And no matter what happens, no matter what was said or what you heard, that guy's an idiot and shouldn't have an impact on you.
It's a good manager right there.
It is.
That's a guy you go play for.
That's a leader.
Yeah.
And that's what a manager's all about. It's not about the bullpen moves. It's not about any of that kind of stuff. How do you manage the people? How do you manage the players? How do you manage the egos? How do you manage situations? And that guy stepped up in a big way last night as the manager of the Diamondbacks, man. That was a baller move by him.
No doubt about it. Coming up on the other side, Deontay Johnson.
That guy's an idiot.
We'll explain why we say that here on the other side on 96.5 The Fan. Your home for Kansas City sports.
Fescoe and Dusty. Subscribe and watch the show on YouTube by going to our channel at The Fan 965, Kansas City's FM sports station. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, if you're headed out on summer vacation this year, then you need to park at Park and Go when you're flying out of town because they do an unbelievable job. Number one, all the spots are covered parking, so your car is always protected. Whether it's the heat from the summer or the snow and the sleet and the nastiness from the wintertime, your car is always going to be covered at Park and Go because every spot is covered parking. That's the difference between Park and Go and everybody else. And when you show up at Park and Go, they've got the spot reserved for you that you booked online. You went to bookparkandgo.com right after you made your flight reservation and made that parking reservation. And you also prepaid because when you prepay, you save money every single day at Park and Go. So when you show up on the day of your flight and you pull into that reserved covered parking spot for you, the van meets you right away and takes you right to the airport terminal. And then when you get back, just grab your bags and walk outside and jump on the van and it's right back to the trunk of your car. Do what we did and join their frequent parker program and earn points towards free parking. Reserve your spot today at bookparkandgo.com. The best deals in parking. Bookparkandgo.com. Park and Go, family owned and operated.
The best moments in life weren't meant to sit in a box, gathering dust in the attic or stuck on outdated tapes. They're meant to be seen, heard, and shared again and again. That's why Legacy Box exists, to help you preserve and relive your family's history. Imagine being able to text a video of your grandparents to your kids or share a childhood memory with your siblings in seconds. Legacy Box makes it that easy. Just fill your Legacy Box with all your analog media. Send it to our headquarters in Tennessee where we digitize everything by hand. And in just a few weeks, we'll send back your originals, digitized, preserved, and stored in the cloud. So you can easily stream, download, and share your memories anytime, anywhere. Join the millions of families that have trusted Legacy Box. Go to legacybox.com/value for 50% off. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off.
Men, summertime is here, and that means vacations, summer barbecues, outdoor parties, camping, beaches, and so much more. This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health, and if you're like many men, you may not be feeling like yourself this summer. Perhaps your energy is low and you aren't sleeping well. Maybe your workouts aren't as good as they used to be. And if what I'm describing is you, it's very likely you're suffering with low testosterone. But low T doesn't have to affect you anymore. Just call Heartland Men's Health, get treated, and see how it changes your life. If you're like most men, you'll feel so much better. Deeper sleep, improved vitality and clarity, greater strength and energy, and an enhanced sex drive as well. So call us. Just $99 gets you a PSA and T-test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600. That's 844-447-6600. Or go to heartlandmenshealth.com. We have 3 offices, Overland Park, Independence, and North Kansas City.
You know the national parks, but you may not know that they're supported by a strong foundation. A foundation for the future. We are the National Park Foundation. And together with your support, we are building a bold future where national parks are vibrant, protected, and welcoming. Today, tomorrow, forever. Learn more at nationalparks.org/foundation.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. Last aid year, University of Maryland Global Campus awarded over $21 million in scholarships to qualified students, including community college students, service members, veterans, and working adults. Now is the time to move your career forward with an online and accredited skills-based education. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
I'm Jenna Fisher. And I'm Angela Kinsey. And together we have the podcast Office Ladies. Just because we finished rewatching The Office does not mean we're going anywhere. Every Wednesday, we'll be sharing even more exclusive stories from The Office and our friendship with brand new guests. Plus, you can revisit all the Office Ladies rewatch episodes every Monday with new bonus tidbits before every episode.
So follow and listen to Office Ladies on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Expect mostly sunny skies today with a high of 93.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios.
Hello, everybody. Happy Wednesday.
That's right. Just had manager McIntyre on the show here. Thanks to him for joining the show today. They played Mr. Rasmussen, that guy that was he like a fictitious god in the Russian history or whatever? Rasmussen, was that his name?
Rasputin, yeah.
That guy. Yeah, got laid more than I did. It's not hard to do that. But we asked a question on X on our page, the fan 965. Who do you want to see hit third for the Kansas City Royals? Because yesterday we talked about it a little bit, brought it up, and Michael Garcia's name got popped around to say maybe we could see Michael Garcia hit second, move Bobby to third. So we asked the question. 330 of you have voted, so 330 people out there. 46.1% still say Michael Garcia should hit third, 27 and 27 on Bobby Witt and Caglione.
Wow.
So no movement. We don't want, we don't, according to 330 people, very small sample size.
Yeah.
But yesterday was like, let's move Michael to second, have Bobby hit third. Let's have Bobby lead off, have Michael hit second and Caglione hit third. Don't make my dreams come true. But we asked, and the results so far today, 46% of you out of the 330 say that Michael Garcia should stick right where he's at and hit third in this lineup.
See, I'd love to see Cags hit third in this lineup. The more I think about it, the more I think about what DeRosa said the other day on MLB Network about moving him to third. I'm like, that just makes sense right now. Like, whatever you're doing isn't working. That's fair to say. The results are the results, right? So why not switch it up a little bit? Because eventually, don't you think Cags is going to be your three hitter? Like, eventually?
That's what the hope is.
That's what the hope is, right? Well, you're not doing anything right now. You're not a playoff team right now. You're not an above 500 team right now. Now's the perfect time to see if that can be played out and maybe change some things up a little bit for him. Have a drastic change because he needs a little boost too. He hadn't done anything really. And so I think maybe you move him up to 3, give a little kind of spark to the lineup a little bit, little kind of something a little bit different, try something new and see what happens. There's literally nothing, in my opinion, that can be harmful by moving Cags up to number 3 for a little bit of time right now. He's already hitting 194, so it's not going to fry his confidence or anything like that. Let him go. May boost it, yeah.
Man, I'm down and out. I hadn't hit the ball well.
Right.
Last time I hit the ball well was in Texas like 5 games ago. They put me at third. All right, let's step up and see this. Plus, I'd like to see him sandwiched between maybe Bobby, too.
Yeah.
Maybe have, I don't know.
Who do you bat behind Cags? Do you go with Vinny or do you go with Salvi?
And then you go lefty-lefty.
Because
Salvi's had a hell of a June.
I would go Salvi at 4 just because he's a better baseball player than Vinny Pasquantino is. That's not breaking any ground. He's a Hall of Famer, right?
I also want to see Cags at third because I don't want to see him lead off.
Yeah.
Because he's been leading off a lot, hitting 6.
Yeah, and so if you get Bobby at 2, Cags at 3, Salvi at 4, now all of a sudden you can't pitch around him because Bobby's ahead of you. You can't pitch around him because Salvi's behind you. He's going to get some pitches maybe that he's going to be able to hit and maybe do some damage with and then start to realize some of that success. So that's what I would do. I'm not a big, look at the numbers and this makes sense or that makes sense. I'm a feel guy, and what I feel right now is this isn't working. Okay? Yeah. It isn't working.
We also asked our Royals outsider, Jay Binkley, who he wants to see hit third.
Nobody.
So there's that, too.
Yeah.
We didn't know because I don't know if last night's game broke anybody. But
that game last night really pissed me off, to be honest with you.
Yeah. So
I agree.
Yeah, it was very frustrating. I'll be honest with you. I was like, I was sitting there, cussing.
Yeah, I have a friend who's a Rays fan. We talked about the series.
You know
yesterday.
a Rays fan?
Yeah, he's from Tampa Bay.
That's the bigger news.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, breaking news. Rays fans do exist. But I was talking to him. He's like, yeah, it's our worst pitcher. You guys, should be able to get tonight. It'll be a good series. Rasmussen wins. You guys win the first game. We'll come down to that third game. I was like, okay, it's kind of a must win. And then they just go out. And again, it's one run. It's just it's
I was
frustrating,
talking
man.
to someone in baseball this morning about that kid, TJ, or what was his name last night who pitched? Taj Bradley. Was that the guy's name that pitched last night? So this kid's pitching last night, and somebody texted me. They go, they expect him to be like a legitimate starter, like Dave Stewart, old comparisons back in the days of the Oakland A's, that type of pitcher. And so that's a borderline Hall of Famer. He may be in the Hall of Fame, I don't know, but he was always really good in the 80s and 90s and was part of those A's teams, when they were competing for championships in the late 80s and early 90s. And if that's the type of pitcher that the Royals faced last night, that's a legit pitcher, and he's going to get better. He's one of the promising young pitchers, I guess, in baseball right now. And so he did his work yesterday against the Kansas City Royals. But again, the Royals haven't been able to hit anybody right now. It doesn't matter who's pitching at this point in time. Until they start hitting and you're not in the same category as Pittsburgh in scoring runs, it doesn't matter who's out there on the mound for either team.
No doubt about it. Something that might have pissed some people off yesterday was Deontay Johnson mentioning that he didn't want to go in the game for the Baltimore Ravens because it was too cold. 41 degrees outside.
That's right.
That's true?
That's true. Yeah, he said that yesterday. Yeah, he didn't go in a game because it was too cold, 41 degrees, and then sign with Cleveland in the offseason.
He didn't want to put bad stuff on tape. That's what he said.
Well, his attitude's bad enough.
I don't know. Sometimes not on tape stuff is worse than on tape stuff, right? Like not wanting to go in. That's like Anthony Richardson-esque.
Yeah.
I was just tired. Okay. I would be more happy if you were tired and fatigued and got, made a bad decision. You're just like, yeah, whatever. At least you went out there and tried. At least you didn't say, yeah, it's too cold to play.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. I mean,
football.
We had like guys on the Chiefs at the Super Bowl legitimately pooping their pants and getting out there and playing and sucking it up. Like Travis Kelce was not healthy in that game. I think it's safe to say everybody knows that now, right? And he tried to gut it up and get out there and play because that's what his teammates needed. This guy is telling the other 51 players on his team, it's too cold and you're not important enough for me. And I'm not going to play because the temperature is too cold and I don't really care about y'all. I wouldn't have never signed that guy. And shockingly, he goes to Cleveland, right? Like that is the place where losers go, Cleveland, Ohio. There's no other way to describe it. It is Loserville, USA up there. And so that's the perfect spot for him. But it also shows you how stupid he is because Cleveland's one of the colder places to play in the NFL. You start looking at the average temperature, it's about 40 degrees in October. So is this guy ever going to play a game for the Cleveland Browns? Because you're going to have games in Cleveland, games in Pittsburgh, games in Baltimore, games in Cincinnati. Those are just your division games. You got 8 home games and then 3 other games on the road, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 games that you have that are probably going to be in cold weather. You didn't sign with the Miami Dolphins, man. You signed with the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, I just don't understand that. Speaking of a guy that's getting ready to be signed, is the NBA draft is tonight. Cooper Flagg will be the first overall pick. I saw this from Spot Track about 30 minutes ago. If Cooper Flagg is a superstar, which I think a lot of people in the United States want him to be that guy because we've seen the MVPs in the last couple of years, not been an American-born guy. He'll be the first white American-born basketball player drafted number 1 overall since Bill Walton in 1974.
Yeah.
So been quite a time. This is what his rookie contract will look like, 25 to 28, $62.7 million. That's what they're, educating. That's what they're hypothetically saying he'll get.
Is basketball slotted like the NFL is?
Well, it depends on where you get drafted. Like, the higher you get drafted,
the lottery.
The lottery.
The lotteries are slotted money, and then everything after that is not slotted money.
Yeah.
There's a 30%. There's a 30% chance he could get a supermax extension if he is the athlete that they think he can be, which would be a $359 million max contract.
When can he sign that?
2029.
Okay.
After that, there's a 35% chance that he gets the super max extension, which would be from 2034 to 2038. Long time ahead. He would make $509 million. So the career path that Cooper Flagg could make, if he is the superstar as promised, he would make a total of $930 million and would be 31 years old.
It's nuts. It's crazy.
Say that number again.
So if he gets to the supermax extension by 2034 to 2038, he would make $509 million in that extension, which would total his career earnings to $930 million, and Flagg would be 31 years old.
So he's going to be $1 billion athlete from salary alone. Is he going to be the first one?
If it works out.
Yeah, if it works
he's
out.
that guy.
Yeah.
Because he'll have the whole take. He was here, so is Zion, right? Zion was that guy coming out of Duke, going to be the superstar of the NBA moving forward. Zion kind of had some more fun outside the NBA. Love them, that Creole in New Orleans. Cooper Flagg, going to get drafted by the Dallas Mavericks. If it works out after his rookie year, he'd get a Supermax extension, which would be $359 million. If that works out even more so, he would get a Supermax extension to that, which would be $509 million, which would total his career possibility to $930 million by the age of 31.
And then you keep playing and find a way to make another $70 million so you can become that first $1 billion athlete. Mahomes may pass him, though, before that, right?
That's true. Yeah, definitely.
Because Mahomes is in the middle of a $500 million contract or whatever it is right now, plus his 10 cents that he made his rookie contract. So he's got $500 million and 10 cents on his name. Do you think Patrick Mahomes gets to the $1 billion level as a player only, not counting endorsements?
Probably not.
I think it's going to be tough.
Yeah, I think that's tough, man.
Especially with this alleged collusion that is taking place in the NFL right now that Florio seems to be big on.
Well, and because Mahomes is taking team-friendly deals. I know people don't.
And that, great point.
They don't talk about it that way. Yeah. That's not the narrative. But every year it's someone else kind of taking over. I'm the next highest paid. And Mahomes doesn't do that.
Do you think Ohtani gets to $1 billion? He's at 730 now or 750 now.
What year is it?
Yeah, see, that's the thing. His contract's so long,
yeah, it's all towards the end.
Yeah, so I don't know if he ever gets to be that first $1 billion athlete in salary alone. LeBron? I don't think so either.
No, I don't think so.
Because he didn't make he made a lot, obviously, but not like we're making today when he first came out,
No, I mean, we just had the first $300 million contract be Jaylen Brown. You see now, he's got a chance to have a $500 million contract, you said, or something? I mean, that's absurd.
It's nuts.
That's insane.
Is Jaden Daniels the guy who's going to be the first $1 billion by salary alone athlete?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Could happen.
Right? I mean, if he continues on this trajectory, new stadium, Washington, D.C., the NFL wanting to make sure that that's a viable franchise moving forward, maybe he's ultimately the one that becomes the first $1 billion by salary only athlete.
According to Google, LeBron James has earned over $528.7 million in salary during his NBA career, making him the highest earning player in NBA history. That is also not including his addition of on-court earnings. He has accumulated over $900 million from endorsements.
Yeah, but salary alone.
Yeah, salary alone is $528.7
That's
million.
Low. I mean, it really is low.
When you
My
think
God,
about it.
yeah.
20-plus years.
Is it low to have Patrick Mahomes as the third quarterback on the all-century team, quarter-century team? Number 1 is Tom Brady. Number 2 is Peyton Manning. Number 3, Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, based on the impact that he's had on the league, it makes a lot of sense. Who else would you put on that list?
I mean, according to Sam Munson, he thinks that Aaron Rodgers should be on this list because this is the audio from yesterday.
I think when you're talking, there's a difference between who is better, who is more talented, who is,
Don't say talented. Don't say talented.
No, shut up.
Don't say talented.
There's a difference between who has a greater degree of ability or ceiling or whatever, and who has had a greater impact over this century, which is 25 years old, but we're only going to count 5 years for one guy. Rodgers has had a greater impact on the 21st century NFL than Mahomes has, I would say.
Okay.
In part because he's played for the majority of it and he's won a Super Bowl, multiple time MVP as well. Mahomes had incredible impact already in just a few short years.
See, I think
those few short years are so small compared with Rodgers.
I think it's fine to focus on a player's best 7 or 8 seasons as the main criteria because then it's okay, just because Aaron Rodgers was born earlier, he's going to make the team.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's how these things work. I mean, Larry Allen doesn't make the team because he was born 5 years too soon and half of his career happened in the 90s. That's just the reality of it.
That's the reality of it.
His quote, Aaron Rodgers has had a greater impact on the NFL in the 21st century than Mahomes has. No, he has not. No, he has not. He has had a negative impact recently on the NFL, and I don't think anybody would argue that. But when you talk about an impact on the league, there is no more coveted athlete in NFL history than Patrick Mahomes. TV networks are adding games only if they get the Chiefs. Streaming services are offering up money to carry NFL games only if they get the Chiefs. I don't remember that ever being a conversation with Aaron Rodgers, where teams, and you hear the network guys, the schedule makers, talk about all the fighting that goes on over the Kansas City Chiefs. I don't remember ever hearing that over Aaron Rodgers. I don't remember seeing Aaron Rodgers every year lead the league in jersey sales. I don't remember kids getting their hair cut like Aaron Rodgers. I don't remember Aaron Rodgers having this international growth impact on the National Football League that Patrick Mahomes has. It was 2 years ago, there was a soccer star in Spain wearing a Patrick Mahomes jersey. You know, like, this guy has had an impact on the league greater than maybe anybody in the 21st century of growing this game both internationally and nationally and creating opportunities for this league to print money. Aaron Rodgers has done none of that. I don't care what his stats are. They said impact on the league, and Patrick Mahomes has had a much bigger impact in the 21st century than Aaron Rodgers. And he's won more championships, too.
Other notable Chiefs on this quarter-century team, running back, number 1, Priest Holmes.
Mm-hmm. That's interesting that he only had a 3-year blip up. But according to this Sam Munson from Semi-Pro Football Out of Focus, he's talking about, Patrick Mahomes being born at the wrong time, and that's why Aaron Rodgers gets the nod. Well, if you're going to say that, then how does Priest Holmes make the list of only really 3 years of being a dominating running back?
And with McCaffrey, he's number 2.
Yeah.
And Chris Jones on this list of defensive tackles with Calais Campbell and Aaron Donald. No complaints there on my part.
Nope.
You could count Jared Allen. He's on there. It says Chiefs from 04 to 07. Then you had the Viking year, the Vikings years where he was really good as well. But, yeah, Priest Holmes on this list is interesting.
It is.
Travis Kelce also on this list with Tony Gonzalez, who you can count 2, along with Gronkowski. And then another Chief that made it was Dave Tube. As
Let's go, man.
I hit him straight, Dave.
He's on the list. Dave Tobe is special teams coordinator.
Dave Tube is my favorite. But all those guys deserve to be on that list. The Priest Holmes one is really, really good because he was so good for such a short period of time. And, if you look at Priest's numbers, and I've done this over the years because I've been given them by his folks, he makes the case to be in the Hall of Fame, and he gets overlooked for the Hall of Fame. The only thing that's keeping him out, because he's got the same numbers as Terrell Davis, if not better, but TD's got the Super Bowl rings, right? He was on that Bronco team. They won the championship 2 years in a row, so he gets into the Hall of Fame. But when you look at Priest Holmes' numbers, he's right up there with so many Hall of Fame running backs. It's actually nice to see ESPN, who put out this all quarter-century team, give him that recognition that he deserves, because I do think a lot of people now forget about Priest Holmes, but man, that guy owned the league for 3 years, legitimately owned the NFL for 3 years, was just an unbelievable football player.
No doubt about it. And we have our guys that we have on our list, which we talk about the luxuries of the Chiefs, because you found an article that says Kareem Hunt is the biggest luxury for the Chiefs this year.
Yeah, I don't buy that Kareem Hunt being a luxury for this team. I just need Kareem Hunt to get me a yard on 3rd and 1, or 2 yards on 3rd and 1, or 2nd and 1, or something like that. I don't need him to be a luxury for the Chiefs at all this year. And I don't think he is a luxury for the Chiefs at all this year. I think their biggest luxury, quite honestly, is the depth they have at wide receiver right now. This is as deep as it's been with good depth at the wide receiver position, probably since the first year that Patrick Mahomes was the quarterback of this football team. And I think this depth is ultimately better and has the potential to be better than that depth that we saw back in 2018. And so that's where I am right now. The biggest luxury for this team is that wide receiver depth. I think they're awesome there right now.
Mac, you think it's the opposite side of wide receivers?
Yeah, I'd go corners. I think they have 6 strong corners that we've seen all of them play real snaps besides the rookie Noah Williams. And I mean, even like guys like Najee Johnson, who's at the bottom of that depth chart, was put into islands in big games this season. And we've seen it from the last 5 or 6 years now, however long Spags has been in Kansas City, that these no-name corners, seemingly no-name corners, become household names here in Kansas City really quick because they're good and they don't get beat. It's not for the wrong reasons. It's not Phillip Gaines household names. These are guys actually playing good coverage, and to have 6 when most teams maybe have 3, it's pretty good.
You have to wonder what Philip Gaines could have done if he was with Steve Spagnuolo, right?
Yeah, exactly,
But also, to a lot of that success of those defensive backs, I give Dave Merritt a lot of credit. That guy's the unsung hero. He's been the defensive back coach.
Awesome.
Look at the product that he puts out there, right? I mean, it's unbelievable. Those guys are great. So you got to give a shout out to Dave Merritt, who's the defensive back coach. But also, too, you're only as good as your defensive line is. And that shows you they're a really good defensive line because they're getting after the quarterback and they're making the cornerbacks look like superstars back there. Obviously, they're very good players, no doubt. But, you get pressure on the quarterback, it makes their job so much easier. And that's why you can have this recycling, center, if you will, of cornerbacks where you just bring in another guy every year and they play good because you got a guy on the other side, obviously, in Trent McDuffie, but you also got a defensive line that's getting after the quarterback that's taking a lot of pressure off these guys in the back end of that defense.
From the 913, you can't put the toothpaste back in the Dave tube. I would say it's Chris Jones. I think CJ95 is a huge luxury to have just because of where he plays in that important position of being a defensive tackle, which has always kind of been a very good luxury item. You look at the Tampa Bay defensive line back in the day when they had Warren Sapp, who just kind of wrecked the middle. Then they had Simeon Rice on the outside. Obviously, they had a historic defense with Dexter Jackson, Rondé Barber, John Lynch, Simeon Rice, Derek Brooks, all those guys, Warren Sapp as well. You look at the Rams, man, like Aaron Donald, man, was a huge luxury item for that team that had a year in which they had the Triple Crown winner in the wide receiver. Matthew Stafford was reborn, and Aaron Donald was the focus point of that team.
And what was the final of that Super Bowl that they won? Like 13-7, right?
One of the worst you've ever seen, I think.
Right, it was. But they win because of Aaron Donald. I mean, that's why they won that Super Bowl. That's why they won the Super Bowl that year. Aaron Donald was as big as impact of anybody on that team.
And McVay got his offense finally that he wanted. But
that was a fun game.
Yeah. The one that was the boring one was the Rams and Patriots. That was the one that
10
was
to 3. Yeah,
the 2017 Super Bowl, I believe. Would have been the Chiefs, but couldn't be Tom Brady. His tale as old as time. But with Chris Jones on the defensive line, what he does impactfully for everybody else, because you double team him, that gives Karlaftis a one-on-one. You double team him or you don't double team him, and that's pressure up the middle, means you got to get the ball out quicker, which helps that cornerback field that is deep as well. It also helps out the middle of that linebacking core with Bolton, Tranquil, and Chenal as well, because of what he does is the main point. It's like we have to stop 95 before we do anything, because if he breaks through the barrier, then the whole thing goes, poo-poo, right? So to me, it's CJ95 is the biggest luxury item for this team, in my opinion.
No, I was just saying, I agree. He's the most underrated Chief of all time. I've got something on the all-quarter century team, but we can get back to that later.
Okay, like that's funny that you say the most underrated Chief of all time, because he does get kind of lost in the shuffle of this generation.
It's him or Butker.
Yeah, Butker. I mean, you could absolutely. He's a luxury. I mean, he really is, because there's going to be a day that Harrison Butker is retired, and you don't have that luxury of a guy who comes out there and does his job maybe better than anybody in the NFL. And I've said that before, too. I have no problem saying that. I don't know that anybody does their job in the NFL better than Harrison Butker. He's unbelievable at what he's almost perfect in his job.
Yeah. The kicker on the All-Century team was Justin Tucker. So I think he's no longer going to be on that list in the 25 to 50 year.
Wow.
You think Mahomes on that list from 25 to 50?
Yes.
I think he plays let's say another 10 years. That puts him at 40, right?
That'd be 2035.
That'd be 2030. So, yeah, I think you have to. Yeah. He'd be longer in that decade. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Will he still be impactful, though, in the NFL like he is today, or will that wear off?
I think we're entering his prime, so yeah.
I think he's always going to be impactful. As long as he's playing the game, there's going to be kids that want to be Patrick Mahomes, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, people still buy the Steph Curry jersey and still mimic his game, even though he's on his way out.
Right.
Coming up on the other side, there is a name on the text line who people think is a luxury item. Plus, Mac wants to dive more into the Century team as well here as we wrap up Fescoe and Dusty on a Wednesday on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
Hey, it's Bobby Witt Jr., and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Royals baseball, 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, this weekend is going to be outstanding because I don't have anything to do. It's one of those weekends where I'm going to look at my yard and go, I don't have to worry about mowing it. I don't have to worry about trimming it because the folks over at Aspen Lawn and Pest Control have taken care of all of that. And that's one of the great things that I love about Aspen Lawn and Pest Control. They've taken work off my plate, and now we can enjoy our yard. We can enjoy our house. We can enjoy our weekends and not have to worry about making sure the grass is trimmed or the weed eating is done and all that kind of stuff because Aspen Lawn and Pest Control takes care of it all. And now with that mosquito dome over our house, we can sit outside and truly enjoy our yard because we have no mosquitoes. mosquitoes, we have no fleas, we have no ticks, and it has made outdoor living just the best for us and for our dog as well. And so if you're thinking to yourself, man, I've tried with my lawn, I need that mosquito dome, get in touch with my friends over at Aspen Lawn and Pest Control. They offer full-service lawn care, irrigation, pest control, and they've been doing it since 1985. So have those college-educated professionals come out and fix your yard like they did for me. Visit them at aspenlawn.com. That's aspenlawn.com.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce, spruce, spruce.
It's Spruce, the new hard-working, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Weeds die by the next day. Find Spruce wherever weed killers are sold.
A recent homeowner in Kansas City was trying to sell their home, and that's when they discovered Dawn Sharp. Dawn didn't just list their home, she became their trusted guide through every decision. And the Sharp Homes team can give you options as well. If you want to skip the showings and open houses and go straight to sold, then contact the only agent I would trust if I needed to sell my home. It's Dawn Sharp and the Sharp Homes team, brokered by Epic Realty. Ask them about their instant offer program. You can Google them at Sharp Homes Team or just pay them a visit at homesforsaleandkc.com.
The peace lily is so last year.
Hey, has anyone worked with fiddlenecks?
Shelby's popular flower shop is in full bloom.
We just got a request for an arrangement that evokes air. Who's up for that challenge? No?
She needs to hire a floral designer to nip foliage faux pas in the bud.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our advanced matching helps find talented candidates so you can connect with them fast. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
You know the national parks, but you may not know that they're supported by a strong foundation. A foundation for the future. We are the National Park Foundation. And together with your support, we are building a bold future where national parks are vibrant, protected, and welcoming. Today, tomorrow, forever. Learn more at nationalparks.org/foundation.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. Last aid year, University of Maryland Global Campus awarded over $21 million in scholarships to qualified students, including community college students, service members, veterans, and working adults. Now is the time to move your career forward with an online and accredited skills-based education. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Hey there, Royals fans. We've got more ways to watch your boys in blue this season than ever before with FanDuel Sports Network. Subscribe directly to FanDuel Sports Network to stream all the action, or, new this season, Royals Baseball is now available on Amazon Prime Video as an add-on subscription. You can also access FanDuel Sports Network through TV providers like DirecTV, Spectrum, Xfinity, Fubo, and more. Visit Royals.com/TV to learn more.
Segment on a Wednesday here. We asked you guys on X what would be your decision, as we do every week on Wednesday, the Fescoe and Dusty poll question.
I'm loving it. Well, hello, everybody. Happy Wednesday.
It is a great Wednesday. Fantastic. Another hot one, another scorcher out there. So
like
stay
7
hydrated.
inches from the midday sun. Hot.
And about 7 minutes from the midday show, you'll get Bink and Gold again. We asked, who would you like to see hit third in this Royals lineup? Bobby Wood Jr., Michael Garcia, Jack Caglione. 346 votes are in. 45.7% have said Michael Garcia. So
that's good.
Keep him put at number 3 is what the people want to see. What the people want to hear is what Mac teased on the other side, which is what he wants to dive into on the all-century, half-century, quarter-century team. What's your take?
Well, I'm flattered. I don't know if people want to hear it, but I'm going to say it anyways. I don't know how Adrian Peterson isn't in the running backs here. And I know it's based off statistics and stuff. He's the last non-quarterback to win the MVP. And if you just look at the stats, they're like all-purpose yards. He's got 6,000. I'm just looking at his rushing yards, and these are the running backs all-purpose yards, receiving and rushing. He's got almost 6,000 more just rushing yards than Priest Holmes had all-purpose. Almost 5,000 more rushing yards than McCaffrey had all-purpose, and a little over 2,000 just rushing yards than Derrick Henry has had all-purpose and won an MVP. And I have no idea how Adrian Peterson could not be on this all-quarter century team.
Well, I mean, I'm looking at the qualifications right now. It says players are still eligible if they began their career in the 90s, but only production beginning in the 2000 season was considered. These decisions were made mostly on statistical output, focusing on peak seasons while still rewarding longevity. They relied on some stats nobody cares about. So yeah, I mean, he should be based on that.
Yeah, based on that.
Yeah,
Stats,
based on that alone.
longevity,
Stats,
he's got it.
He does. Obviously, he had the off-the-field stuff that, he did wrong and soured the wrong people, but so did Justin Tucker, and he made the list. And so everybody, has an issue that they got to deal with on the field, off the field. It's how you handle things and how you deal with those issues. Obviously, Adrian Peterson did some bad things, and so maybe that kept them off the list, but I think you're right, Mac. I mean, when you went through the numbers and all that kind of stuff, it's kind of interesting to see Adrian Peterson left off that list. Yeah.
It's weird. I mean, just looking at his rushing touchdowns, 30 more than McCaffrey and Priest Holmes, all-purpose touchdowns.
Yeah.
Just like, okay.
And he had a big impact on the game, too.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of kids liked Adrian Peterson, you know?
Yeah.
And that's kind of how you're judging the all-century team. At least I am, the impact that you had on the game. Can you tell the story of the last 25 years of the NFL without Adrian Peterson? I mean, maybe you could if you really wanted to, but I mean, I think he's been a big part of this league over the last 25 years.
Yeah, he's one of those guys that from the jump in college, like started as a freshman at Oklahoma, was a stud, then came back the next year, was a stud, comes back a junior year. I know his sophomore year he got hurt, I believe. Then his junior year he came back, ran out of the room with Oklahoma, then got drafted and was exactly what they thought he'd be in the NFL. Like, he was one of those guys that from the jump was always going to be there.
Yeah, he was never one of those guys that needed to kind of grow into the position. Like, he didn't even make the practice squad for that 53-man roster, but yet you have Kyle Juszczyk on there. Do you need a fullback?
You got to fill a position.
Do you have to have a fullback on your roster? Like, why not say, we're not using a fullback here. Let's go with another running back on that list.
I mean, because Kyle Juszczyk is the only fullback?
The only one. He had no practice squad or like.
I'm trying to think of that Ravens
Anthony
guy. Anthony Sherman. The Ravens had a guy for a long time.
Yet he played here for a hot minute.
For like 2
LaRon
seconds.
McClain is what his name was. Is that the guy you're thinking
John
of?
McClain?
No.
Yippee-ki-yay.
I don't know who you're thinking of then, because he's the only really Raven fullback that I remember, and that's because he was here for 2 seconds.
Somebody says maybe they left him off because he can't fight at that poker game. That was a tough video to watch.
Vontae Leach. Remember him?
No, I never heard of
He
that
was fun.
person.
He may be just being great in Madden, but he was really fun.
Have you ever had a leech on you?
No. Ooh. I'd freak out.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound fun.
Well, Willem Dafoe, that was like his cure in Speed 2 on the boat. I don't know if you ever saw Speed 2. Did you ever see Speed 1?
I've not seen Speed 1.
Oh, man. Pop quiz, hot shot. Yeah, so...
When you think of Vikings, do you think Peterson first? I'm just curious.
Randy Moss.
Okay.
Probably
When I
Randy
think of the
Moss, Chris
Vikings-
Carter.
Yep. Moss would be first for me. I'm just curious. Peterson would be second for me.
Okay.
But I'm younger, so that's why I'm curious.
Yeah, I'd say my top 3 Vikings that I would think of at the top of my head would be Randy Moss, Chris Carter, and Randall.
Okay.
Because Randall
Fair.
just scared the hell out of me as a kid. Like, I didn't know.
Herschel Walker.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
Oil
I
can.
think like Tommy Kramer, as a quarterback back in the day. Who's the guy who had the eye black all the time?
Randall.
Yeah, John Randall.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was thinking you were saying Randall. I thought you were thinking Randall
Cunningham?
Yeah, first
I think of him with Philly.
That makes sense.
Of course, yeah. But didn't he have a hot minute with Minnesota? Right?
Right. He wore 7 in the Purple People Eater.
So I'm like, okay, him, and then Dante Culpepper's another name that immediately comes to mind. With the Minnesota Vikings, there's a lot of good guys from the '80s and the set. Like my dad was a pseudo Viking fan growing up, so I heard about all these old players and Fran Tarkenton and all these guys back in the day. And so there was a lot of good Viking players over the years.
Do you think more people know Jared Allen as a Viking or a Chief?
A Viking.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Still had one of the coolest sign-offs to the NFL career ever.
Yeah, it was great.
Riding off into the sunset on horseback with a cowboy hat on because, of course, Jared Allen.
Yeah.
So we had the 73 days until the Chiefs' first game in Sao Paulo, Brazil. Do you know the last number 73 for the Kansas City Chiefs?
No.
Nick Allegretti.
Oh, nice.
And I believe before him was Jeff Allen. If you remember Jeff.
I remember Jeff. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I remember Jeff. Somebody says Brad Johnson. Come on.
Brad Johnson, yeah. He was another good quarterback for the Vikings, And
then went to Tampa Bay and won a Super Bowl on the backs of a defense.
Got to open my OTA notes, but there was some note about Allegretti and a lineman that we have. I'll find it.
You got to open. So they coin collectors together? Because that's, they were. Allegretti was a big coin collector. Binkley asked him about it one time.
He's over there talking
I
to
know
about it right now.
Oh, there we go. This is Andy Reid on Caliendo. Great kid. Compared him to Allegretti. Similar quote building blocks as Nick Allegretti.
Okay, just a guy, right? Just a guy that you can count on. You can stick in there and don't have to worry about it. Yeah, that's fair. I get that one.
Yeah, Allegretti's with Washington.
Yeah,
is that right? He went and got signed there last year.
He got some money,
deal.
I think.
He got paid. Yeah, nice contract. Yeah,
hell yeah, he got paid.
Yeah, really nice contract out of him.
So Royals tonight in action against Rasmussen. Michael Walk on the mound. Must-win game?
I don't know anymore, man. Like they're under 500.
Every game's a must-win game.
It's
Hey, what goat man?
Yeah, that's kind of where I am with that. Like it's June, they can't hit. I don't know that it's going to get any better. So until it does, I think they're going to lose a lot of fan interest, and that's the sad part about all of this because they told us they were a playoff team, and they're not, and they're not even a 500 team. And you can't talk about the playoffs until you get to 500, and the Royals are not in that situation right now. So we're not going to talk about them being a playoff team. You've got to be a 500 team before we can start. I'm closer to talking about them selling Seth Lugo than I am buying at this point.
Yeah, because that's what we said this weekend. If they fall, flat on their face, go 1-6 in this homestand, are you buyers or are you sellers? I think a lot of people would say sellers.
Yeah, I think Seth Lugo has to be one of those that you consider, even if you kind of are still in this thing, because he could bring you so much back from a team. And, your minor league system isn't great. Let's call it what it is. You look at it all the time. They're in the lower 20s. They don't have a lot of minor league talent down there right now. This could be an opportunity to kind of refill your coffers a little bit with some minor league players and get something back for a guy who's obviously going to hit free agency at the end of the year and opt out, as he should, because he's been so dominating. And so he's kind of I don't want to use the term a golden ticket right now. Like, I don't know that you're going to be able to get maybe a Cole Reagans back for Seth Lugo, but like when you had Aroldis Chapman and you flipped him for Cole Reagans, that was a great trade. Seth Lugo may be that type of guy at this point of the season, even if you are in it like the Tigers last year, flipping Flaherty at the trade deadline and getting better and still making it into the postseason. So I think that's a trade chip that you've really got to explore considering selling at this point.
From a big fan of the show, my long-lost brother is pitching for the Rays tonight, signed Tyler Rasmussen.
I would get a jersey if I'm you. You got to get the jersey. Man. It's your name, right?
Shout out Sig Epps in Warrensburg there, T-Ras. Yeah, I don't know, man. Can you just go out there and score like 12 runs? Can you just explode? I know people would say because that's what would happen. Let's say they win at 12-1. Well, I'd like if they scored like 4-4-4.
Should have saved some of those runs for tomorrow. Yeah.
Okay. But you do have some afternoon action. I don't know what you guys' plans are. Luckily for us, our day is pretty much over in 5 minutes. We got Paul Skeens versus Mizorowski.
Fun matchup.
110 on MLB Network. I got a parlay on it. Paul Skeens, 8 or more strikeouts. Mizorowski, strikeout in 5. Nixon 5. 7 or more strikeouts, and then I have the under of over 7. So
watch the Pittsburgh Pirates score some runs today.
Maybe that's what I have to do for the Royals too. Over under 4.5 strikeouts for Michael Wacha tonight. Take the over, and then over whatever the run total is, and maybe they'll do whatever. Take the under, then they'll.
What is the over under total for runs scored tonight in the Royals game? 5, 6?
Yesterday was 8.
8?
I believe so. I'll see what it is tonight here real quick. Because
when the Pirates roll to town, what do you think the over under is going to be for runs scored in those games? You got the Royals averaging 3.4 and the Pirates averaging 3.3 runs per game.
I just hope we get Paul Skeens in time.
9. Yeah. Tonight is 9.
Okay. Over under is 9.
Right.
Royals are plus 108 on the money line. So
feel like you got to take the over on that one.
Somebody in the text line says we need to change the drop to go sell that man. All right. Well, we'll hand it over to that guy Jay Binkley here in just a second.
Days are better when Binkley's here. I'm not gonna lie.
He's been here for a month. Love it. Coming in at 10 to 2. Go do something nice for somebody today. You never know. It can change their day, their week, their month, their year. It's simply cool to care. Kansas City, stay hydrated, stay cool, stay groovy, stay awesome, stay nice. Coming up next, it's Cody. It's not. It's Gold, Binkley, and Drew from 10 to 2. Burn at 5:30, C-Dot at 2. We'll talk to you tomorrow.